Tu su. Ne znam, nisam ih našla.
Reci. Napiši. Da. sad u Zoom prijavljeni s tim računom ili... Poslati vam još jednom poveznicu, pa probajte još jednom
and say you need me by your side. If it's that easy, why'd you leave me? You know I'd know one to rely on to rely. Day's work never finished, the game is me stuck. Head hurts when I'm asking for change. Teared up when he said he's to blame. It's all up till I need someone to carry the shame. Mine's pushed, only left with enough to keep my head above water when I'm praying for love. I don't mind, I guess it's fine though. That's the way I play in blind hope. I've seen you now, exactly who you are. No place for patience, no need to press restart. It's hardly news to you. I've seen you played your cards. You should have mentioned me instead of waiting around. You turn around and say you need me by your side. If it's that easy, why'd you leave me? You know I've no one to rely on to rely. I've tried finding peace, no signs of relief, no time left to keep on wipe. See, it's too late when the ass won't change, so he can't wait for a man. My life's in my hands washed, trying to keep clean. Thought we had lots, really thought we had dreams. Silly of me though, I hope you found what you need. His hands love money and his money loves greed. I've seen you now, exactly who you are. No place for patience, no need to press restart. It's hardly news to you. I've seen you played your cards. You should have mentioned me instead of waiting around. You turn around and say you need me by your side. If it's that easy, why'd you leave me? You know I've no one to rely on to rely. I talk to girls that sing about asphyxiation until their beer goes flat. I talk to girls that bring their switchblades to the function and dye their buzz cuts black. Shut your mouth and take your vitamin. Bite your nails and sell your Ritalin. I feel like the world is on my back. Shut your mouth and take your vitamin. Bite your nails and sell your Ritalin. I feel like the world is on its back. I'm just a kid, I suffocate and slip. I make the little sick. Yeah, yeah. I'm just a kid, I suffocate and slip. I make the little sick. I'm blowing bubbles in the faces of thugs. I'm smoking licorice tobacco for lunch, yeah. I'm still denying that I'm anxious as fuck. And I'm lacking in trust and I think my art sucks. I look inside my head with disgust. I would say it to my mates, but they're probably drunk. So I listen to funk. I bend to the punch, then pretend that I'm fine when really I'm crushed. Shut your mouth and take your vitamin. Bite your nails and sell your Ritalin. I feel like the world is Summer in my eyelids, eating rice and beans, painting Kaya's bedroom. Think she wanted green, but the weather puts you on my mind. Dragon fruit and peaches in the wine, kissing circles underneath your eyes. Of course I know why we lasted 2 months. Could not hold my hand in public. Felt their eyes judging our love and baying for blood. I could never blame you, darling. Some of these folks wanna make you cry, but you gotta trust how you feel inside. Then shine, then shine. I wish that your parents had been kinder to you. They made you hate what you were out of habit. Remember when they caught us making out after school? Your dad said he felt like he'd lost you, so I know why we lasted 2 months. Could not hold my hand in public. Felt their eyes judging our love and baying for blood. I could never blame you, darling. Some of these folks wanna make you cry,
Možda si
izašla iz...
Ok. Dobro jutro svima. Dragi moji kolege, poštovani učitelji i nastavnici engleskog jezika, pozdravljam vas svih od samoga juga, lijepe naše, do krajnjega istoka i sjevera Hrvatske. Krećemo srdačan pozdrav svima u moje osobno ime, u ime ravnateljice Agencije za odgoj i obrazovanje, koja danas nije mogla osobno vas pozdraviti jer je odsutna. Pozdravljam vas u ime kolege Davora Černija, savjetnika za engleski jezik u Zagrebu, koji je danas naša tehnička podrška i, kao što ste primijetili, dežurni DJ. Nadamo se da vam se već njegova playlista svidjela, nama je ovdje u Rijeci. I evo, dobrodošli na prvi državni stručni skup u ovoj 2023. godini. Naša tema, kao što znate, je Media Literacy and ELT, odnosno medijska pismenost u poučavanju engleskog jezika, i zaista hvala svima za tako veliki interes. Nažalost, naša Zoom soba je ograničena i prima 1000 sudionika. Javilo nam se jako puno ljudi i zaista svih koji su se uspjeli prijaviti sjajno. Vi koji niste se uspjeli prijaviti, evo ja sada koristim priliku i da pozdravim one koji su malo zakasnili te sada prate naš državni stručni skup live streaming preko YouTube agencijskog kanala. Stoga, ako imate kolege koji se nisu uspjeli prijaviti na ETA-edu i koji nas ne mogu pratiti ovim putem preko Zooma, svakako im dajte do znanja da nas mogu upravo sada pratiti i preko agencijskog YouTube kanala. Naravno, te stvari tehničke zaista nisu do nas. Agencija ima licencu, ali broj sudionika je ograničen na 1000. Tako da čak i u slučaju da u toku ovog državnog stručnog skupa netko od vas shvati da neće moći pratiti, ne znam, već sad na startu, iz bilo kojeg razloga ovaj državni skup, ja bih zamolila da se uljudno odjavi i na taj način stvori priliku da se netko drugi kolega, kolegica eventualno prijavi. Stoga hvala zaista još jednom za vaš veliki interes i vjerujem da će nam ova današnja izlaganja biti vrlo korisna, svježa. Da, to je jedna doista aktualna tema i vjerujem da svi vi ili većina vas već u nastavi koristite razne medije. Prema tome, evo, vjerujem da će vas još dodatno današnja izlaganja obogatiti. Htjela bih skrenuti pažnju na činjenicu da, nažalost, za sve one koji ne prate državni stručni skup preko Zooma, mi ne možemo izdati potvrdu ako pratite preko YouTube-a, jer nemamo nijedan određeni način kako bismo imali evidenciju da ste barem 80% odslušali ovaj državni stručni skup, što znači da svi, koji kane dobiti potvrdu, moraju biti prisutni i odslušati današnji skup kao minimum 80% cijeloga skupa. Tako da, evo, to je još jedna informacija. Sada bih startala sa predstavljanjem današnjeg programa i hodograma. Trenutak. Evo, znači, nakon moje uvodne riječi u 10:15 profesorica Eleni sa Cipra, sa sveučilišta na Cipru, će nam se pridružiti i startati sa prvim izlaganjem. How do adolescents evaluate posts on Instagram, media and information literacy implications for learning from social media? Do 11 sati, s tim da će svi današnji izlagači imati zadnjih 15 minuta svojeg prostora za pitanja, vaša pitanja i odgovore. Moji kolege, prvenstveno kolega Černi i kolegica Potnar-Mijić, savjetnica iz Osijeka, će pratiti chat i vaša pitanja koja će biti onda upućena našim izlagačima i oni će nastojati odgovoriti na vaše određene pitanja, upite i bilo što drugo, komentare čak. U 11 do 12 sati je kolegica Lidija Šaravanja iz Osijeka, pridružuje nam se sa izlaganjem pod naslovom The Digital Feast. Od 12 do 13 kolegica sa Fakulteta za odgojne i obrazovne znanosti Sveučilišta Josipa Jurja Strossmayera u Osijeku, kolegica Ivana Marinić, ima sljedeće predavanje na temu Visual Literacy. Imat ćemo pauzu za ručak od 13 do 13:45. 13:45 zapravo starta drugi dio današnjega skupa. U 13:45 do 14:45 obje kolegice iz Osijeka, kolegice Marinić i kolegica Šaravanja, imaju zajedničko izlaganje. I onda za kraj u 14:45 nam se pridružuje kolegica Vicky O'Rourke iz Irske, sa Atlantic Technological University, sa svojim izlaganjem naslovljenim Mining Media Project. U 15:45 cirka do 16 ili 16:15 bit ćemo uključeni naravno više, biti će nas zaključak i evaluacija, tako da evo, želim svima jedno korisno, lijepo, ugodno radno vrijeme. Zamolila bih svi isto tako da ne zakrče chat, da možemo pratiti ona pitanja koja će se pojaviti. Tako da evo, hvala svima koji su se uspjeli jutro s nama spojiti, koji će nam praviti društvo od sada pa negdje do 16:30. Lijepi pozdrav i ugodno radno vrijeme želim. Davore, da li ti imaš nešto još za reći?
Pa da, evo, ja bih se samo na kratko uključio. Dakle, molio bih sve sudionike da za pitanja za predavače koriste opciju Question and Answer, Q&A koji vam je dole na alatnoj traci ili gore već kako imate postavljeno viewing, da li je full screen ili je nije full screen, znači molim za pitanja za predavače koristiti question and answer. Samo kratka tehnička uputa, dakle za praćenje skupa, primijetili ste u lobiju da imate sessions i vjerojatno vam se sada dole u desnom kutu pojavio reminder da se pridružite u lobby, znači join lobby. Dakle, nakon svakog predavanja ćemo se vratiti u lobby gdje ćemo onda pričekati da se pokrene novo izlaganje i ponovno se spojiti u lobiju na novi session. Evo, to je kratka uputa. Za sve koji se još nisu uspjeli uključiti, radimo na tome. Aktiviram, evo, za sad je 530 ljudi, još 400 ljudi ćemo spojiti. Samo strpljenja. neće vam pomoći meeting ID zato što je ovo event. Dakle, vratite se u jednu pa onda uključite se u drugu. Evo, prvi put nam je, učimo se i mi s ovim Zoom eventom, tako da nadam se da ćete nam malo dati razumijevanja vašeg. Evo, toliko od mene. Hvala i ugodan ostatak dana.
Hvala, Davore.
Pa evo, možemo se onda prebaciti u sljedeći session. Dakle, možete kliknuti na join lobby i prebaciti se u sljedeći session.
Hello.
How are you?
Good morning. Good to see you.
Good to see you all.
What's the weather like in Cyprus?
It's about 20 degrees, a little bit cloudy though.
12 or 20?
20.
20. Oh my gosh, this is really kind of next to summer.
It is.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, it's very sunny in Croatia as well, but sunny and very fresh, very kind of chilly, but we're looking forward to 20 degrees very soon as well.
That's great.
Okay, Eleni, I would just ask a little bit of time, maybe 1-2 minutes, because people are getting out of the opening session and joining your session now. And since it's really a new thing, the Zoom events, so let's give people some time to do that.
Sure, for sure. Just let me know when
Thank
ready.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
I apologize. There was your co-host was taken away from you. I've returned it so you can unmute yourself and share the screen again. Sorry about that.
Ništa ne pričam. Eleni, tu na slici je još ova Jelena.
Kolegice, molimo vas da se mutate.
We can hear you now.
Evo dajemo vam još malo vremena da se prebacite u ovaj session. Još trenutak ili dva i onda ćemo krenuti. Još jednom ću podsjetiti i zamolila bih da ne zakrčite chat sa pozdravima. Već smo vas pozdravili, već ste svih pozdravili. Čuvajte, molim vas, prostor na chatu za konkretna pitanja kada dođe vrijeme za to. Tako da, molim vas, pozdrave preskočite sada i brzo se spojite tako da možemo krenuti. Kao što sam rekla, imat ćete zadnjih 15 minuta vremena postaviti pitanja kolegici Eleni. I evo, mislim da ćemo startati. Ok, Eleni, go ahead. It's your turn now, and of course, please tell us who you are and give us just a brief insight into what you do, where you come from, and everything. And thank you. Extremely grateful that you had the time to join us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Helena. Thank you so much for the invitation to attend this event and give a talk at this event. I think it's great to see how many people are already attending the online event. So I wish you, all every success in the conference today.
Thank you.
So my name is Eleni Kiza, as Elena has said. I'm from Cyprus. I'm at the Cyprus University of Technology, where I'm a professor in information society. My background is in educational technology, learning sciences, and learning technologies. And what I'm most interested in is how new technologies can help us learn. How can we design new learning environments that use emerging technologies like VR or and augmented reality technologies, but also how other types of technologies like social media can actually influence our learning. And I'm engaged in research with young students, as young as primary school students, but also looking at how gymnasium students, like high school students and also college students, may use these technologies for learning. And in the past, maybe 5 or 6 years, we have also begun to look at how older adults are using information and evaluating information on social media, especially in trying to understand how we can support, we can address the issue of misinformation and help people combat misinformation online because of the virus spread of misinformation online as well. So if I may just share my screen now and tell you about a little study that we have done that has some media literacy implications I think that you may find interesting as well. So I'm just, I'll share. So you should be able to view my screen now.
Yes, we can view your screen, Eleni.
Great. So the study that I wanted to share today, it's about adolescents. So it's about school children how they evaluate posts on social media using the instance of Instagram. So this was a study that was done with my student, Maria Papageorgiou, who wasn't able to be here today, but she was a master's student when we conducted this study. But it's also, situated within a broader interest of my group, the Media Cognition Learning Research Group at the Cyprus University of Technology, who were interested in understanding how we reason online and how we use information that is posted online on social media to evaluate information. So, as I said, we're very much interested in understanding how social media spaces can function as spaces for learning, which is something that has not received a lot of attention so far in the research literature. But at the same time, we know how students and young people are using social media all the time. So I think that it's very important for us to start thinking about this and start investigating this issue more deeply. Let me just say also that in addition to my background as a researcher, I also have a background in teaching. So I began my career as a teacher, and I'm really interested in what happens in the actual classrooms as well, not just from a research point of view. So we do know that we all use social media to search for information and also to post and communicate information to other people. And we do know that a lot of information that is important is also being shared online. So for example, when we talk about young adolescents, they use social media, they use the information online to find out a lot of information about themselves, a lot of information about health. So this particular research study that I'm going to share with you was situated within the context of health issues and issues that matter to young adolescents the most. At the same time, we do know that social media can be used to spread misinformation. So our motivation was also to understand how young people use these spaces to evaluate information that they read online, and to what extent they are in a position to avoid the endorsement of misinformative content and to evaluate information properly. So what do we know from the literature so far? We already know that there are many factors influencing how one evaluates information online. And these are some of the key issues that are mentioned in the literature. So, for example, we know that algorithms may mediate our information evaluation process. We have echo chambers, which means that there are groups of people communicating online, but because they have similar interests, they never hear about other points of view, or they never have somebody contest what they are evaluating. We know that repeated exposure to misinformation can spread misinformation. And then we know that several people use different persuasion techniques to push information to others. And there are also several psychological reasons that could be contributing to how we trust information online and to what extent we reasonably evaluate information online. So other things that we know about what influences the information of the evaluation of information online have to do with the source of information. So who is transmitting that information? It may have to do with who is receiving the information, of course, or the personal characteristics of the user. Some things like the multimedia additions that are used for these posts may also be influencing the evaluation of information. How many followers and how many likes there may be in a post may also influence how we evaluate information. Whether the information that we read is personally relevant may also decide how much investment we are putting into the information evaluation process. Whether information has been reposted and shared may also influence us in this process. Comments by peers or other influencers like celebrities may also mediate this evaluation process. How quickly the information is being shared may also influence us. And then, of course, the theme, the topic of the content of the post may also influence the way that we go about in evaluating information. And in the literature, there are a couple of main ways, I guess, that the researchers are talking about how information is being evaluated. One is that it's done through analytical means, which means that we logically approach the information evaluation process, but there's also like a peripheral way of evaluating information, which may include other factors, like some of those that I've just shared, that may be influencing the rational approach to information evaluation. And we believe that this is important to have in mind, it's important to explore in order to understand what is actually happening and how we can support young people, especially in how they reason online. At the same time, we have some reports that prior knowledge does not influence the information evaluation process, which for us in our research team was kind of surprising. So we wanted to confirm that as well. So even though from the literature, we see some reports that prior knowledge does not influence the information evaluation process, we wanted to include that as a factor to analyze as well. So we know a lot about how young people especially approach information evaluation from anecdotal sources. We know a lot about how people evaluate information, especially older adults. We know less about how students do that from research. So in this slide, I would like to share with you some of the gaps that we found, I guess, in the literature. So a lot of studies have sampled adults, mostly students, especially at the college level, but not, secondary school students or primary school students as much. We see a lot of research on gender differences, especially on how different genders may look for information on social media and what they do. But we have less information about how or whether gender actually mediates information evaluation online. As I said before, we have some reports that prior knowledge does not affect the process of evaluating information on social media. Of course, these studies are now dated, so there is a need to continue this exploration. And then we know that the activities of adolescents on social media are influenced by personality characteristics that are at least based on some previous studies. So we want to take that factor into account as well. At the same time, we have a lot of reports of research studies focused on Twitter, which is just one of the social media that a lot of professionals use, but not a lot of students use. So most of the students, at least in Cyprus and in some other parts of the world, use Instagram now to communicate, not even Facebook. And we felt that it was important to look at other instances of social media and their design to see how that may be influencing the information evaluation of young people. So with this in mind, we wanted to understand the factors that may influence the appraisal of the trustworthiness of the information that is shared on Instagram, and thus understand a little bit more about the information evaluation process and what gaps there may be and what areas there may be that there is a need for media literacy interventions. And that's the second thing that we're interested in. So in order to do that, we looked at factors like, the gender as was assigned at birth, personality characteristics, background knowledge of the students regarding the posts that we showed them, and also how the posts on Instagram were designed. And we designed the post specifically, and I will explain next how we designed this post. So here are some of our hypotheses, I guess, regarding the gender, knowledge, and personality traits. So first hypothesis was that gender, based on prior literature, will affect the evaluation of information on Instagram, that there is a positive correlation between the participants' prior knowledge and the correct evaluation of the information, and that there is a relationship between correct assessment and personality traits. So these are based on what we had read, and we wanted to see whether they're actually confirmed in the study that we did. So some additional hypothesis was that expert source, so who posted the information, would positively influence the evaluation of information, that it would help the students identify with correct information online, that the gender of the source may also affect the credibility of the information. And also if you use a photo versus no photo at all when looking at the source information, so the person who is posting the post, would actually also affect the reliability of the information as perceived by the students. And then we also hypothesized that the number of likes may affect the credibility of the information. So what we did is that we went to 3 public high schools and 6 lyceums in Cyprus, a total of 203 students. 44.8% of those students were boys, and then 55.2% of those students were girls, and their ages were 15 to 17 years old. We designed 4 Instagram, so we created an Instagram account. We designed 4 posts, which we showed to the students. They were on food supplements, obesity, energy drinks, and the nutritional value of bananas. And we selected those topics thinking about what are the topics that might be of interest to the students, what are those that are more authentic in terms of interest, and so that we can engage the students in a more authentic and true evaluation. So we presented students with paired two posts at a time, and I will show you each of the pairs next. So we created 4 evaluation criteria, scenario, And we varied this scenario, I guess, the post on only one dimension at a time, so that we could see which of the two posts in each pair was judged to be more trustworthy. So we collected, of course, other types of data like demographic data, the students' use of social media, pre-existing knowledge that it was targeted to this for a specific scenario. And also we used the validated questionnaire to assess the personality types of each of the students. So as I said, we designed 4 scenarios. Each scenario had 2 posts, as you see on the left. I mean, you see the 4 scenario here. You won't be able to read the scenario as much, but I will explain the differences in the next 4 slides. So what we did for each of the scenario, each of the pairs, is that both posts had true information. We did not want to unintentionally spread misinformation, and we didn't want to have that risk with the students. So I apologize, but the posts are in Greek, but I will explain what they are. So you can see that on the left, it's the first, it says A, it's the first post, and on the right is the second post. We showed this to the students. There was a short text underneath each of the posts, which was about the same length. And then underneath of this all, we asked the students which of the 2 posts did they think that was most trustworthy. So was it post A, post B? Was it both post A and post B? Was it none of them? Or they had also a choice that where they could say that I cannot decide, I cannot make that judgment. And then we asked them an open-ended question, like, why did you give that answer? Which we analyzed qualitatively. So in the first scenario, it was about nutritional supplements. And the main difference between the posts was the expertise of the source. So on the left, on post A, it was a dietitian who was saying that. On post B, it was an architect. We varied the text a little bit so that it wasn't exactly the same. It wasn't as easy to say, they're the same, so they're equally trustworthy. So we wanted them not to, we didn't want to make the difference that noticeable. We wanted to show it as it would normally show on somebody's Instagram feed. So also the photos that we used were very similar. So we tried to avoid any biases introduced by the design of the scenario. And the word count was the same. And also we had likes, but the likes were very similar in number again. There were like 28 people liked the first post and 33 people liked the second post. So the second scenario was about obesity. Again, it was designed in the same way. The essential difference between the 2 posts was the gender of the source. So, and was shown by the names that we chose. So the first post on the left, it was a woman, it was a man, and the second post on the right, it was a woman posting that information. And again, the photos were quite similar. The number of words were similar. And again, the number of likes were similar in count, so 37 to 42. So the third scenario was energy drinks. We had, the main difference here was the photo of the source. So in one occasion on the left, there is a photo, and on the other occasion, there wasn't any photo. And that was based on the literature that we found that maybe, when you share something that has a photo, maybe that's more personable, and perhaps the user will approach it in a different way than if there isn't any photo. So again, the word count was the same, the number of likes was similar, etc. And the fourth scenario was about the bananas and the nutritional values of bananas. And here the difference was the number of likes. And on the one post, it was 1,052, and on the other post, it was 20 something. So that was a big difference. And we wanted to see whether that made a difference for the students. And the gender of the source of the expert was the same again. So we conducted quantitative analysis, the main method of analyzing the results, to kind of see whether there was any correlation and statistical significance between those who answered, gave one answer versus the other. We used non-parametric statistical analysis because of the characteristics of the sample. We did chi-square comparisons, and we ran several correlations. And in terms of the qualitative analysis, what we did is that we looked at the answers to the open-ended questions, and we analyzed them to understand the numbers that we were given by the students. So in terms of just to summarize our results, in terms of the personal characteristics, we did not find any effects because of gender. So this hypothesis was not confirmed. There was a positive correlation between the participants' prior knowledge and the correct evaluation of the information. The statistic that you see there is for the total answers. But when we look at each of the posts, the fourth scenario, we see that this is confirmed for 3, but not for the fourth scenario. So this kind of suggests that maybe, the topic that you're evaluating also matters in terms of whether you need that information or not. There was some correlation between the correct assessment of the trustworthiness of the post and personality traits, but it was only just for one of the 5 dimensions for emotionality. And we unfortunately don't have enough information from the data that we gathered to be able to interpret that. So we have that, but we're not sure what it means yet. But here's, I think, what I find most interesting, at least for our sample population, which is in Cyprus. So I'm not sure how that would hold for Croatia, but I think that it gives us some indication of what might be happening for some people, for some students, that may be well worth thinking about. So when we look at the first scenario about source expertise, in parentheses, you'll see what differed between the 2 posts that we showed them in this scenario. So we found that most of the students, so 72.9% of the students, selected the wrong answer or could not decide what the answer should be. And only 27.1% selected the correct answer. In scenario 2, which differed based on gender, again, we see that most of the students, 60.1%, selected the wrong answer or could not decide which of the 2 posts was most trustworthy. And I remind you that there were many options. So the students felt that both posts were saying the same thing and they are both trustworthy, they could say so. But then 60% selected the wrong answer. And only 39.9% selected the correct answer. When we look at the scenario where the source photo differed, again, most of the students selected the wrong answer or said that they could not decide. And in terms of the could not decide answer, it was the minority of the answers that was that. So most of the students felt that they could answer each one for each one of the scenario, and most of them guessed or chose incorrectly. So only 38.9% here selected the correct answer. And in the fourth scenario, it's a similar case, but here we have a little bit lower percentage. So we have 58.1% of the students selecting the wrong answer or saying that they could not decide, and 41.9% selected the correct answer. So I think for me, this is a very interesting result. But if I just go back to the different hypotheses that we had and the different things that we investigated in this study, we do see that, the gender, personality traits do not really influence the evaluation of the trustworthiness of the posts. We do see that prior knowledge, expert backgrounds, source, the profile photos seem to be influencing several students. It's indicated by their answers on what is trustworthy. But again, less than 50% of the students selected the correct answer each time. And I think what's most interesting for us is that the analysis of the quantitative and the qualitative results indicated that the students had difficulties in analyzing the content of the post and that they were distracted by the other information provided. So I think that in our future work, we need to look into these results more deeply, maybe work in different thematic areas as well, in areas other than health communication. But at the same time, I think that beyond the research interest of these results to us, I think there are also practical implications that kind of say that we should look into what is happening with information evaluation of in secondary schools, what kind of new context maybe we should introduce as teachers to be able to support our students into making more correct, I guess, information evaluation judgments, or at least understanding the criteria that they should be using to be able to evaluate information online more accurately. So with this, I would like to stop here and just open it up for any discussion. Thank you so much for listening to this.
Thank you, Eleni. Thank you very much. Ok, dragi naši kolege, učitelji i nastavnici, imate sada priliku u chatu postaviti pitanja profesorici sa sveučilišta na Cipru. Pratit ćemo chat i pokušat ćemo, znači, referirati vaša pitanja profesorici Eleni. Evo, zadnjih 15 minuta je rezervirano vrijeme za Q&A. It's a Q&A time. Okay.
And if you don't have any questions, I think it'll be interesting also to hear of comments or what's happening.
Yes. Okay, so feel free to share your comments or questions. Okay. Eleni, can you see the chat? Is any future analysis of the results planned?
Yes, so we're writing it up at this point, and we're looking at the qualitative data as well, in that sense.
Okay,
and then we need to go back and do more data collection to look at the other topics that I mentioned at the very end.
Okay. Anybody else has any other question? Eleni, is there anything else that you would like to add to everything that you have already shared with us?
Well, the only, I guess the interesting thing for me is that it is really a paradox for me, in a way, from a research perspective, right? Because we all use social media so much, and usually the literature hasn't given a lot of interest in what can we learn from these informal spaces of interaction. And I think that it's really important to incorporate these more recent topics into school curricula, but also look at them from a research point of view.
Okay. Okay, here's another question. Can you read it? Yes?
Yes.
Can you consider some other social media like TikTok, for example? Younger children use it a lot nowadays.
I think we need to do that. We didn't do that for that study, but this could be part of a follow-up study by us or from anybody else, I think, as well.
All right. Anybody else? Okay, there's a comment. Ms. Jukic is saying, thank you, Eleni. It was interesting. Thank you, Ms. Jukic.
Thank you. I don't know. I know that we're running out of time in the sense that we have to move to the next sessions, I guess, right?
We have some more time. Okay. Eleni, if you don't have anything else to add, or if there aren't any more questions for you, maybe we can. Let's wait maybe for a minute or two.
Yeah, I do see a question.
Okay, Ms. Miljevic says, it is definitely a very important topic to deal with. Thanks for sharing. Thank you ever so much. Okay, I'm reading the chat for you.
There is also a question by Anna Bobovic, I guess.
Okay, here's Ms. Kopric saying, I find your input valuable and we need to consider it when doing our classes. Thank you. Informative, thanks. Good job, Eleni. Ms. Tudor says, and thank you. Plenty of new perspectives. Thank you very much. Very informative. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Malovic. Thank you, Ms. Lokatar.
Hi, Jelena.
Yes.
We have a question in a question and answer section. So, Eleni, would you be so kind? You can read it, right?
Yes, right.
Yes,
so it says
thank
that would it be more efficient and practical to use such studies for introducing national and international policies for checking websites, trustworthiness, and contents? Yes, but we do need more research in order to be able to talk about policies, I think, in order to inform what's happening at the national level and international level. So I totally agree. I'm not sure whether you had something else in mind, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that one study is not enough. We need to replicate this. We need to look at other social media contexts, but we do need to take it into account when devising policies for at the national or international level.
There's another question, Eleni, from Ms. Berat. How much time did it take to prepare the materials?
Well, a lot of. I can't give you like an exact. It took like 2 days or a week or something, but it took a lot of conversations between us as the two people who are mainly in charge of the study to do that, because we want to find topics that are relevant to the students. We also wanted to make sure that we didn't introduce any biases to the topics as well. But if we think about the practical applications of this work, like if we use it to teach our students, then we could actually ask students if they could share some of the posts that they're reading that matter to them as well. So when we work with our students, it could be something that it's more easy to find the post that as a class, I guess we can talk about.
Good. There's another comment. A bunch of potential class topics. Thank you. Then Ms. Kolabaric says, unfortunately, many students do not seem to evaluate critically the media messages they receive.
Yeah, and that's a very important point. That's my hypothesis as well, that it's not just about Cyprus, the results that I just shared, but I think that based on what I've been reading internationally, it's something that's also valid for other countries as well.
Yes, there is another comment. It says a great way to develop critical thinking. And Ms. Furlan says, have students in Cyprus changed over the years? And if yes, in what way? Does your research and its results influence the way they think about technology and use of it?
Well, yeah, that's a very good question.
Good question. That's a good question. Thank you, Ms. Furlan.
Yeah, it's a thorny issue as well, I think. So we haven't done any longitudinal research to be able to see whether, this type of research has actually influenced the students in Cyprus over years. What I know is that I've had exchanges with younger people, also people at the secondary school level, and I teach at the university level. And I find that this critical approach to reading information online is still missing. So I think that we need to do a lot of things, and we need to start early and then continue doing that even at the college level. Right.
Ms. Bokovshek says we need to be persistent to guide our students to choose reliable sources.
Right, that's exactly it. And so it's not just about guidance. I think I would like to use the word scaffolding. So in a way to help them develop the criteria to apply to how they judge information online. And at some point, we should expect them to be able to do that on their own without our guidance.
Yes, I agree. Okay. Isabella, are there any more questions that I have maybe skipped somewhere?
Well, I don't think so. Only comments and greetings. I think our colleagues are aware of the situation, and that it is a great way to develop critical thinking, but we have only just begun with this discussion, and also the researches are pretty, so to say, we have not so many researches because the topic is really very new.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. Okay, if this is it, I suggest that we wrap up this session. We definitely want to say a very big thank you, dear Eleni, for joining us from sunny and warm Cyprus this morning. It was an honor and a pleasure. Thank you for your insights, for your research. Thank you for taking the time, and hope we will stay in touch for more collaboration in the future. And if you are in front of Easter holidays, we wish you really a refreshing time. Thank you, Eleni.
Thank you so much. It was lovely to see you all, even though I can't see you all, but I just see, the numbers. But it was great to be here. Thank you for giving me, voice to share my work.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And greet Cyprus for us.
Definitely do. Thank you. Have a nice rest of the conference.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye. Davore, dajem tebi riječ da možeš uputiti kolege kako sada preskočiti, odnosno ubaciti se u sljedeće predavanje.
Sljedeće predavanje na rasporedu u 11, pa ćemo sad polako zatvoriti ovaj sastanak i u 11 će se pokrenuti sljedeći session u kojem, ja mislim, slušamo kolegicu Lidiju iz Osijeka.
Da, kolegicu Lidiju Šarovanju.
Evo, radimo na tome, evo, došli smo do 620-ak, još je nekakvih 100-tinjak mailova, pa ja se nadam da ću vas u sljedećih 15 minuta sve uspjeti ubaciti u
Da, molimo za strpljenje i ukoliko vidite da ne možete pratiti, molimo vas, odjavite se na ETA-edu i napravite mjesta za nekog drugog. Hvala lijepa. Vidimo se na sljedećem izlaganju.
Zahtjev za javnu nabavu, da, to ću ja riješiti, to ću ja potpisati, a ovi će pa ali oni su predavači, da. Pa da, na jedno, da, na zahtjev za nabavu, da, stavite na jednu, ali oni će od svojih voditelja tražiti, to je predat će putne naloge, da, tako, da, to sam baš. Dakle, svi ovi koji trebaju noćenje će ići preko javne nabave, a to ću ja potpisati, ne? Kad to stavite na javnu nabavu. Evo. To su te novosti vezano. Evo. Da, gledajte, mislim, znam, ali evo, tako sam dobio uspjeti. Da. Da. Dobro, evo, da. Pa da.
Da ćemo za uskršnje praznike imati lijepo vrijeme. Hvala vam što ste nam se pridružili na ovome prvome državnom stručnom skupu u ovoj godini. Veselimo se vašem izlaganju i posebice vašem zajedničkom izlaganju sa kolegicom Marinić. Tema je vrlo svježa i aktualna i nova, tako da vjerujem da ćemo danas puno toga čuti vezano uz medijsku pismenost i poučavanje engleskog jezika, način na koji implicira jedno i drugo, način na koji je to povezano u nastavi. Evo, polako čekamo kolege da se prebace u ovaj session. Zoom events je nova stvar za svih nas, tako da moramo se adaptirati na ovo jump in, jump out, ovaj interval, ali dobro. Sve ćemo mi to apsolvirati. Ja ću još jednom kolegama ponoviti da ukoliko ne može netko pratiti današnji državni stručni skup, da se odjavi na ETA-edu jer će na taj način stvoriti priliku za nekoga ko trenutno prati na YouTube-u jer se nije mogao prijaviti na ETA-edu. Znači, molim vas lijepo, odjavite se, pustite nekoga drugoga ukoliko niste u mogućnosti pratiti skup. I naravno molimo vas da se unmutate, da se mutate, da utišate zvuk, ton kolegice. Ne, ovako, kolegica Vučković, odgovorit ću vam direktno. Ja sam malo prije promijenila datum prijave i stavila sam današnji datum, znači vaša kolegica Vučković se može prijaviti i sada. I neka to učini odmah jer je zadnji put kad sam otvorila ETA-edu prije pola sata bilo je 4 slobodna mjesta. Hvala vam kolegice Miljević i mi mislimo da je to bila izvrsna ideja i zahvaljujemo definitivno i kolegi Davoru Černiju koji je zapravo idejni kreator cijelog formata. Da, kolegice Vučković, da, javite se, neka onda to odmah napravi, da. Kolegice Jakšić, mi do sada nismo imali poteškoća sa zvukom. Nadamo se da ćete uspjeti riješiti kakva god da je poteškoća. Provjerite svoje settings na kompjuteru. Evo, vidim da nas je već 500 ovdje. Kolegice Šaravanja, dobro nam došli. Dajemo vam riječ. Molimo vas da se predstavite našim kolegama i možete krenuti. Zadnjih 15 minuta, kao što znate, rezervirano je za Q&A.
Mogu li ja odmah pokrenuti, podijeliti svoj ekran?
Prije ćemo vas zamoliti da se predstavite, kažete nam nešto o sebi, pa onda naravno podijelite ekran. Hvala vam lijepo.
Okay. So I'm Lidija Šaravanja and I work as an English teacher in Vladimir Nazor Primary School in Čepin, near Osijek. I have taught primary school children, high school children, and from time to time I teach at the University of Education in Osijek as well. And lately, I have started attending live teacher conferences very much, and I really love them. I love the energy that is shared there. Share ideas, share thoughts and everything. And this is what I'm hoping for this online conference as well. So I hope we will enjoy it at least partially as we enjoy live meetings and live conferences. And I have prepared a Padlet where we can share our thoughts, but I will say more when we come to that. Okay, I would like to share my screen now, and maybe I can start with the presentation. Okay, sound, good. Okay, you can tell me if it is shared now.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Yes, it
Good.
is.
Okay,
Thank
nice.
you.
So I would like to start with a scene from The Graduate about plastics. And I would like you to think about what connection is between plastics at the age where the film was shot and today media literacy and digital era. Okay?
I just want to say one word to you. Just one word.
Yes, sir.
Are you listening?
Yes, I am.
Plastics.
Exactly how do you mean?
There's a great future in plastics. Think about it. Will you think about it?
Yes, I will.
Enough said. That's a deal.
Okay, so as plastics was a great invention at the time, it became very useful. It was supposed to make people's lives easier, more practical, and also it was supposed to make money for some people. So we can say that similar things is going on with digital novelties nowadays. With time, we realized that not everything about plastics is so good. And so we realized that not everything with digital novelties is so good. But there is no turning back in either with plastics or with the digital world. So our only chance is to learn how to live with it, and we should also teach how to live with it. Now I would like you to think about these statements, and Jelena, I would appreciate if you would read what the colleagues write in the chat. So the statements from 1 to 5 are something that I would like you to think what you believe that is true and what you believe that it isn't true. So the statements that you think are true, you can write the numbers in the chat. For example, if you think that your students are good at using technology, you can type number 1. If you believe that students know a lot about online safety, you can type 2, etc. So here I would like to get some feedback from you, and then I will tell you what I realized when I was talking to my colleagues about it, and later we'll see what young people think about this topic. So if you are ready, you can think about the statements and maybe write the answers. Okay, good. So you already started it. I can see the chat. So Jelena, thank you very much. Okay, good. Okay, so most of you believe about number 4 and number 1. Very good. So what I have noticed and what my colleagues have noticed also is that students believe that they are good at using technology, but they are not really that good at it at all. They do learn about online safety at schools, but it's not enough. IT teachers do teach them what they need to know about it, but I also think this is not enough because it is somehow the duty of all other teachers and the society to teach them, because there is a lot to learn and a lot to know. I hope that you found the way to teach your students about online well-being. I know that some of the colleagues do it on a regular basis, and it is great. And actually, it is a part of our cross-curriculum, so we can say that we are not wasting time dealing with these topics. And this is what the survey conducted on young people between the ages of 16 and 25 shows. So you can see that a great majority of young people believe that they need to learn more about these things at school. So they would like to know more about misinformation and disinformation, about the influence of social media on their health, privacy protection, sexting and sextortion, etc., etc. And they also believe that media literacy should be integrated into curriculum. You can see here, and I would like you to pay attention to this, that main sources of information, as Eleni was talking about, for young people are social media and websites and applications that they use like WhatsApp, Viber, TikTok, Instagram, etc. And now here are some topics that I will discuss today. They are digital intelligence, online safety, digital emotional literacy, visual literacy, which even I will tell much more about later, and digital media literacy. So why literacy is mentioned here a lot, that is because literacy is not only about reading and writing, it is also about understanding things. And now something about digital intelligence. There is a great site that is called Digital Intelligence or DQ Institute. If you scan this code, you can visit it immediately, but you can Google it up later. It is an international think tank that is dedicated to improving digital intelligence and ensuring well-being of individuals, organizations, and nations in this digital era. And they are very much engaged in children online safety, digital resilience, digital education, skills, equity, and also infrastructure. And here you can see 24 digital competences that they have a lot to say about, and they are organized in digital citizenship, creativity, competitiveness. And actually, if you take a look at the names of these competences, you can, and if you remove words like digital, online, technology, and network, you see that these competences are very much like those that we usually work on. So we work on communication and collaboration. We work on literacy, on security, risk management, identity, etc. So not everything is totally different from a virtual world. So our real world and our virtual world are not that different. We just have to learn how to deal with them. And if you click on any of these competences, you get text like this, which is organized in parts about knowledge, parts about skills, and parts about attitudes and values. Okay, and now let's see how we can work on online safety and online privacy. You can see the part of DQ network here. Actually, so they have this page that is called COSI, which means the Children Online Safety Index. On the right side of the page, you can see some information about Croatia when compared to global score among, I don't know how many countries in the world, but there are really a lot of countries, and they are not only European countries. So you see that we are ranking 40.5. So our score is 40.5, and our rank is 65, and average score is 47. But the thing that makes me, I guess, makes me happy is the fact that we are above average on the score, with the score in school education, and we are also above average at the score about technology infrastructure, but company digital ESG, which means environmental, social, and governance competences are lower. So this means that companies are not very good at transparency reporting, taking care of children's safety. And here at the bottom of the right side of this slide, you can see that we are green, which means that we are very good at policies and regulations, but everything else is Okay, and now one of the things I would just like to mention the things that they name as risk first. So it is cyberbullying, gaming disorder, offline meetings with strangers, and online sexual behaviors. So these are the risks that children face according to DSS. But there is also some other kind of risk, which involves cookies, as you know. So whenever we want to open a new page, we usually have to accept the cookies, which means that they follow whatever we do, what we like, what we read, what we open, and how we interact on social media and online in general. And this is how they choose what to offer us, what kind of advertisements, what kind of content to keep us online as long as possible. So the advertiser wants our attention all the time, and this is their primary goal. So it's either because they want to sell us goods or because they want to sell us ideas. But whenever we accept cookies, we accept to lose part of our privacy online. Another very dangerous thing, malicious thing that is not mentioned by DQ are social media challenges. I believe that all teachers are familiar with this term. And what is really frightening is that there are challenge communities online. So it means that children become part of these communities and they develop sense of belonging. They want to prove themselves among their peers. They want to always go one step further, etc., etc., etc. And what they deal with there are usually hoaxes, sexual harassment, and self-harm. And the problem is that these communities, these social challenges are socially normalizing by liking, sharing, and things like that. So they become not only acceptable for young children and teenagers, but they also become cool. And another great problem is lack of communication with adults. So it means that it is not very likely that they will start talking about these topics with their parents, with their teachers, or any other adult person that is close to them. Now, here are some of the challenges that are active that young children engage with. You can see by their titles what you might guess what they are about. The one that shocked me the most is the Blue Whale Challenge, which was created by Russian psychology students. And they tested children or whoever accepted the challenge more and more. They start with small things. And they asked them to be destructive and self-destructive. And finally, it was supposed to end with, I don't know, suicide or something very bad. But the point was to eliminate gullible and weak people from the face of the earth. So you can, if you're interested in it, you can find and you can see actually this. And the question that we ask ourselves a lot in this matter is why and why? On the left side, you can see some reasons, some issues that children are dealing with and that make them do things like involve in social media challenges. So obviously there are children who experience failure often, who have some psychological problems or comorbidities. They are addicted to screens, which means that they spend a lot of time online and on social media. They have problems with parents, so they don't trust them, they don't talk to them enough. And what they are looking for is the feeling of belonging. So, as I mentioned, they feel that they belong to this community where they all share the same, I don't know, adventures. They are seeking for reward. So reward is very fast when you are involved in such a challenge. because if you succeed and you share it, then people praise you, etc. And the problem is that teenagers and younger children, they have high impulses and they do not control them well. So their immediate benefits are higher than their costs, and they use peer patterns. So they think if they can do it, then I can do it as well. If they are successful, I can be successful as well. So it starts to normalize in social manner. And now I would like you to open this Padlet. So you can scan this code, or maybe even I can send you the link if it is easier for you like that. So in the chat, Ivana, can you please send the link? This is what the Padlet looks like. So Ivana and I organized it into some topics, and we provided some ideas and resources and even some activity ideas here. And what I would really like you to do is to take part in it, okay? So we can all together enrich it, we can share, and we can be supportive, so that it is a kind of a repository for all of us. If you ever need an idea on what to do regarding this topic, or a comment, you can share things here during the presentation and afterwards as well, in a month or a year or two. Okay, so we can come back later to this so that to see if you added something. All ideas are welcome. So this here that I will show to you is one idea of one activity that I used with my 8th graders. Oh, let me just check. Good. Okay. So this is something I did with grade 8. I called it Spot and Stop the Bully. And obviously, we practice language here, in particularly present perfect tense. So you can do this speaking activity. You can give them time to prepare. It can be a writing activity, whatever it is. So as long as you have the idea and some material, you can make of it whatever you wish. So the questions are, have you ever gossiped? Have you ever insulted? Have you ever lied or threatened someone online? And then they choose either yes or no. And then you, of course, have another questions for them. How often, or have you ever been tempted to do so, etc., etc. So they can develop a story out of this. And then you start with the next question. Have you ever been cyberbullied, or punished, isolated, or deceived? And then, of course, again, if yes, then you have new questions. If no, you have another set of questions for them, so that nobody just says yes or no, and then they have nothing else to say. Sometimes it turns out to be like that. And then what is important always with these things, when you talk about things that are touchy, you can always give them a little lesson. So in this activity, at the end of it, you can tell them that they can always do something about it, and then you can give them a couple of pieces of advice. Okay, and this here is another activity. It is called English Only Challenge. So it is a kind of a challenge, and it might be the starter if you wish to start talking about social media challenges. This is, of course, not bad challenge in any way, but it is challenging. So they have to pick the level they wish to participate in. Level 1 is to speak only English during the whole English lesson and not to say a word in any other language. Level 2, they speak English during the whole day at school and don't say a word in another language, except when teachers want to use them to use their mother tongue, of course. We don't want any problems with our colleagues. And level 3 is to speak only English during the whole day and not to say a word in another language. This is really, really challenging and not easy at all. And of course, in the end, they will share their experience. They can say what was the hardest, most fun, how people reacted, and how it made them feel. Okay, so let's continue with online safety. As I said, when we have cookies, then the algorithms follow whatever you do online, but you can do it you yourself also, choose what to like and what to follow, and what not to like and what not to follow, who to block if you don't like them. And this can also kind of close you up in a certain space that is called epistemic bubble. Okay, epistemic bubble is something, it is a limited area of knowledge and information that comes to us, because all those algorithms, as I already mentioned, their aim is to keep us online and to keep us engaged online as much as possible. So it means that some important information is left out, which is of course not good for our critical thinking. Okay, now I would like you to think about this. So here you can see just a couple of posts from advertisers or some groups that one person has on her social media. And I would like you to think, what can you learn about this person? And what can you offer to this person? What could you sell to them? Okay, you can just write a few ideas if you wish. So one is the beauty of German Shepherds, then 50 Shades of Pink. It has something to do with nice quotes, motivational, etc. Something about poetry. Do you have any ideas on what to offer to this person? Okay, so if the person likes dogs, German Shepherds, maybe you can offer some toy for that person. Makeup, dog food, books, very good. Pink clothes for dogs. Okay, right, very nice. Okay, so even if you have this little information about one person, you can already conclude something about that person. This is very good, and this is something that we can also tell our children. Maybe they can look at their social media to see how people see them, how algorithms see them, and anyone else who visits their profile. It is good to become aware of that. Okay, I will just take a peek. Toy for dogs, pink chin, very good. I love the ideas since this person is me, and I think that all of you guessed well. Okay, I would like to say something about passwords now. So it is another kind of concerning safety online. So you know that when you have to create a strong password, it should have a combination of letters, numbers, upper and lowercase, special characters, etc., etc. And then you usually get something very complicated and very difficult to remember. Okay, but you can use such characters, and yet you can make it easy to remember. For example, if you choose a word that is not related to you privately in any way, so it is not a name, not a date, not something that you like very much, but for example, washing machine. You can turn this word into a differently spelled word with some characters, and it should look similar to the word that you are thinking about. So this here is one way to write a washing machine. Okay, you can play with your students, and you can ask them, for example, to read what is written here. If you're interested and if you're brave enough, you can try to write down these two words. Okay, on the left, which says read. Can you guess what is written here? Alligator, very good. The second word is alligator. Good work, Stephanie. Baby elephant, great. Okay, busted. Very nice. Okay, so what you can do with this, so you can use the whole this whole expression written in characters and letters combined, and you can add the first three letters of the media that you're choosing. For example, if it is your Gmail password, you can put GMA. If it is Instagram, you can take the first three letters, etc. So you have one and the same word, and yet it is different accounts. Now, you can play with your children. If you wish, you can invent for yourself these two words, shark teeth and marshmallow. So you can be creative. It is also a good way to practice spelling and have fun with your children while you are doing it. And again, you can give them the lesson on how to create strong password and why it is important to have strong passwords. And this activity is fun, they like it. Okay. When it comes to visual literacy and emotional literacy, I would like to say that passwords are not the only thing that we have to be safe with. So it is also our emotional well-being. And lately, more and more people talk about how important it is to involve our emotions, feelings into things that we do, especially if it is online, because in online there is no that much face-to-face communication like it is in the real life. So we need this humanity approach more when we are online because of that. So even in STEM, if you remember, at first it was STEM, so they talked about it a lot. And then they added R to it, it became STREAM, R standing for reading and writing. And eventually they realized that we need humanities, we need art and design, and that's where A was added, and then it became STREAM. So we are all aware that we cannot function without our human side, without art, emotions, etc. Okay, and what we can do about it is on our English language lessons, we can combine colors with emotions. For example, if we are doing colors, we can do the idioms with colors. So this is a very good way because language represents what is inside of us. So this is something that we created. And deep inside of us, we know that things that we experience, like music or colors, are deeply connected to our emotions and our thoughts. So idioms with colors are really a good way of connecting well-being with our digital literacy. And not only teachers and linguists know this, that colors have to do with emotions, but also advertising industry knows that. So they are very careful when they are choosing colors in logos because like every color has certain meaning or invokes certain meaning with people who watch it. Okay, so for example, you can think about which logo you would choose for your profession or which logo you would choose for your hobby, for your school. Just think about the colors, just to start thinking about it. And this is also the activity that you can use with children, and you can be creative as you wish. They love it, especially if you give them language, but the emphasis is on something else. So they're not really aware that they're using language, but they're having fun, and language is just a tool. So this is a great way. Okay, I will skip this activity. Emojis, they also have functions, says here. We know why we use them while we are texting. So we need to add expression, we add tone. I don't know. One thing that I recently heard on the live conference that I told you that I like them very much, is a teacher who was teaching young people from a company that, I don't know, he was working for, and he was supposed to teach them how to write formal emails. And they said, their CEO said that they have a problem with writing formal emails because they use emojis in formal emails. And then they talked about it in the lesson, and those young business people said, well, this is the way our customers talk to us, okay? So they use emojis. I think that it's not really that much about formal and informal correspondence, but It's just the way it is. So we need to give some expression when we are texting something, when we don't have face-to-face interaction, when we don't have body language and everything else. And of course, you have to pay attention to the generation that's using emojis, because maybe you have noticed, but children and their parents and their grandparents use emojis with different functions. And sometimes the function can be to be a bit ironic, or to, well, you can add any kind of meaning you wish with an emoji. And with emojis, actually, there are really many resources online. You can find on the Padlet some of these resources. I just wish to show you these two that I like very much. The first one is Emoji Translate. So you can type the text and then it gives you the text with emoji. I don't think it is perfect, but you can remove an emoji and you can just leave text if you wish, if something is not okay with you. And you can ask children to read it. Okay, so this can be also writing practice, reading practice. For example, if they have to write the word instead of an emoji, then it is a writing practice if they read it. But it is fun. Sometimes they have to think a bit what to read because it's not so clear and it can be more than one thing. Okay, Padlet, very good. And this page is also great. It's called Emoji Generator, it's called randomoutputs.com. And these random outputs can be emojis, but they can also be parts of speech or celebrities or things like that. There is really many things that they randomly output and that you can create numerous activities with your children. So you just generate them, and every time you get something else and you can work on it. It's fun. You never know what you will get, but then you have to work with it. Okay, and photos. Photos speak too, right? So if you go to your browser, for example, and type Westworld, you will get photos that are more similar to the one on the left and to the one on the right. Okay, so this is because of the presentation of this idea, Westworld. People are, let's say, happy, they are nice, tidy, they are business people, and all this behind them. And in the East, you will probably see completely other picture. But the reality behind these two things, behind West, the whole West and the whole East, is far more than what we see in the pictures. And here are also some ideas that I will not open for you, but you can find them in the Padlet. You can see the picture of clouds. I like this activity because my students love it a lot. You can try to find the shapes, and you can ask them to tell a story, write a story. You can ask them to digitally edit or to draw something similar. So really, there are many activities that can be done here. The links on the left are shadow doodle art. I saw some amazing works of my students with that. So they put an object and the object has a shadow, and then they can draw something that makes the shadow just something completely different. Photoshopping, you can Photoshop one thing into completely different surroundings. Paper cuts combined with landscapes, etc., etc. You can do a little research on the Padlet. I see that somebody said that link is not working. I will try to. Okay, I copied it here. I hope it works now. Okay, and so this is something that I did firstly in the 3rd grade and then in the 4th grade as well. And the idea is by an amazing colleague, Daniela Šučuraić, and I also saw her in a live conference recently. And this is actually her idea, but this is how I did it with my students. So the point was to write a poem about spring and to illustrate. But of course, young children cannot do it themselves, so we have to help them, and I help them in forms of questions. So the questions are, what is the weather like? What are you doing? What do you see? Write 3 words to describe it. Of course, you guide them through the process, and then they can do it together with you, but they have their own ideas, which are really great. I gave them one like teacher's poem, something that my answers to the questions, so that they can see how it should look like. And then you tell them to illustrate it. In class 3B, we did it in Canva because they did it on their IT lesson with their IT teacher, and it was a great success. In class 3A, they drew things on the paper, and then we made a little exhibition. Both was great. And this is what it looks like in the 3rd grade. On the left side, you can see one work in Canva by a 3rd grader. And then I showed the whole activity to my 8th graders. And I asked them, I gave them a new topic, which was called Wide, Wide World. And there they had 2 tasks. Task number 1 was to write the questions for other students to give answers to, so that it looks like a poem. And the second activity was to write the poem answering the questions somebody else asked. And I was also really happy to see that it was a success. And some of them, as you can see on the right side of the screen, even used rhyme. And here is another activity with clouds. I said that they like it very much, so I like it too, because it's always a success. Look for beautiful things, take a photo of clouds, and you have this activity in the Padlet too. Or you can scan the code where I posted some photos of clouds, and then you can digitally edit it, make drawing, color, whatever, and make an exhibition. And with this exhibition, wherever it is, you can encourage them to involve their imagination while looking at what's around them. So this is something that we can do for children's well-being online. Okay, and now we come to digital media literacy. When we talk about that, it is important to know the difference, to notice the difference between old media and new media. So old media, like printed media, they needed to be very reliable if they wanted to sell. Okay, so if people started questioning their authenticity, then they would probably not earn anything. So they had editorial boards, they had contacts, so you could always contact them to say that something is true, not true, to ask them question, what you wanted them to write about, etc. And they had a section about us where you could find out who is behind those questions. And new media is internet-based, it is social media, website, etc. So they are very fast, they have to be very fast if they want to survive, and their primary aim is to get your attention, make you involved. So you all know what clickbaits are, right? This is a very tricky way to make people click and read and maybe comment, share, things like that. But even children already know what they are. And this would be a clickbait that not many people would resist, no Matura exam this year. So what I wish to say with this is that whenever our emotions and our attitudes are very much involved in something, then we will probably look into it. So if we teachers read something like that, even though we critically thinking, no, it couldn't be true, well, we'll probably click and read it just to make sure it's right or not, but it's actually, it is fake news. And if you want your children to think critically about news, I think the best way is to teach them how good news is written. On the left side, you can see the example from STEMI and Srednja HR on how to write titles. So titles should also look a bit like clickbaits. So you can read the titles that are crossed, that are not good, and then you can read something that is more specific, something that draws attention. So not everything that is drawing attention is false and not and the clickbait, but it can also be just a good way to make news interesting to read. So everything else, the things that you see on the right side of the screen, is what actually makes the good news nowadays. So it should be a good story, of course. You have to answer all the questions, WH questions. A good thing is to have a cliffhanger with 2 or 3 sentences, etc., etc. So helping your children write such news is a good way to make them think critically about all the other news and articles that they come across. Okay, so the issues in not being critical towards what they read is because they do not check facts. I have a very fresh example of it with my student who was doing a presentation on the Chinese wall. And on one slide, she said that it was built, or the construction started in the 7th century AD, and it lasted for 2,300 years. So the maths doesn't match. So something started in the 7th century. It is impossible that it lasted for 2,300 years, right? So they don't really check what they read online. They disregard who is behind the information, and they cannot recognize if it is a sponsored content or a legitimate article. So these are the things that we can help them, especially if we are asking them to present on a topic. Here is, again, a QR code for a chatbot that I did with some amazing colleagues in Coding Week. And it is a chatbot that guides you through questions about authenticity of some article that you are finding online. So these are the questions in short, but if you scan it, you can use it with your children. So I think it would be interesting for them to communicate with the chatbot while they are looking, while they're finding out whether an article is authentic or not. And now one question for you. Okay, what do you think, which one of these two is true? I found these articles in Snopes. You have the link to Snopes in Padlet as well. It is a great site where you can find a lot of material that you can use with your students. So if you think the left one with Zelenki is true, you can type L in the chat. And if you think the right one is true, you can type R. Left, right, okay. Okay, good. So this is what it actually is. Sorry. So this one is true because Zelensky was a comic actor before he ran for political office. And there was a video from 2014, and the one with Alexa is false. Congratulations for those of you who got it right. Okay, now there is another thing that we can practice with children, and it's quite fun, and it can help them recognize false faces or computer-generated faces from real faces. Between these two pictures, if you had to decide which one is true, which one is false, you can see something odd about the earrings and asymmetric teeth in the left picture. So obviously the right one is okay. And here are some pieces of advice. Okay, good. Here are some pieces of advice how to recognize a computer-generated image from the real one. You look at hair, you look at background, teeth, asymmetry of any kind, water splotches. Just a second, I would like to move this. Okay, let's just shortly see. So this is also the page that is in Padlet. Can you guess which one is real? I will speed it up, so I will just take random guesses. I say that this one is real, and then when you click it, it says correct, play again. And then you get another set of faces, and you have to guess which one is real. Let's say the left one again, and I'm correct. So I wasn't analyzing the pictures, I just randomly pressed. Okay, and something that can be even more dangerous than computer-generated images are deep fake videos. I will not say much because I think that this video tells a lot about it, so it doesn't have to be malicious, but
who are afraid to be identified. There are slightly weirder uses as well. The website MyHeritage reanimates photos of your dearly departed relatives, and some people find that comforting. What all of those examples have in common is that they're not about trying to deceive people, and the people involved are all in on it. The problem is when deepfakes are made of people without their consent. And so often, that means women. There are people out there using pictures of celebrities and ordinary women and deep faking them onto pornography actors. A study in the Netherlands found that a staggering 96% of the deepfakes online were non-consensual porn.
It's women's bodies, identities, and rights that are being transgressed.
It's humiliating, it's embarrassing, and particularly with deepfakes becoming so good, it's very difficult to convince people that that isn't you, because if it looks like you, it might as well be you. We see big impacts on people's mental health, depression, anxiety.
And it goes beyond the world of porn. A mother in Pennsylvania has been accused of trying to discredit 3 of her daughter's rivals on a cheerleading squad. Her police said she made deepfakes of them naked, drinking, and smoking. Financial scammers are using deepfake technology too. In 2019, criminals used AI software to impersonate the...
Okay, so you got the idea. There are also some ways of detecting deepfake videos. We can detect them if they are not that advanced. So there are some applications that are really, really great, and it is almost impossible to detect if the video is fake or not. But here are some of the ideas on how you can detect the deepfake. Okay, and this is all from me. For now, I would just like to take a quick look at the Padlet to see if you added anything in it. And in the meantime, enjoy the thank you note from Morgan Freeman, created by fakeyou.com.
Be brave as you always have been, and inspire others to be brave. To thank you for your attention. You amazing, hard-working Croatian teachers of English.
Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you, Lydia. Thank you so much. This was amazing. Very interesting, very inspiring. Yes, 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 absolutely. So many comments in the chat. Okay, so many great ideas. Yes. Miss Opachak said, thank you. I enjoyed every minute of your visually very attractive, interactive presentation. I love all your easy to follow and ready to use ideas, most of which can be used in both elementary and high school. Just love the art moment. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Very interesting lecture. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Great job. Thank you. Excellent work. Fantastic. This was amazing. I'm reading some of the comments for you, Lydia. Very interesting and useful. Very useful. Amazing, useful, applicable. Great ideas. Informative. Yes. Great activities. Great presentation, always interesting. Thank you, Lydia. A time well spent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jako zanimljivo predavanje. This was excellent. Great ideas that everyone can relate to. I agree. Thank you. Thank you. Very interesting and useful. Great ideas. Izvrsno predavanje, jedno od najboljih koje sam vidjela u zadnje vrijeme. Hvala vam, kolegice Cvijanović.
Hvala puno. Samo sam htjela još reći da se Padlet puni i da mi je to jako drago i da je to taj teacher spirit, English teacher spirit o kojem sam pričala, divno je. Mislim da će nam svima ovo biti dobar repozitorij.
Odlično, odlično. Such a refreshment. Thank you. Very creative and useful. Your talk was a treasure chest of ideas, and so was your Padlet. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing. Plenty of these ideas will be implemented in my future lessons, says Ms. Jerkovic. Very inspiring. Such a good presentation. Many ideas for my classroom. Thank you. Great ideas for language classes and raising awareness about the online environment. Yes, we agree with that. Amazing, inspiring. Can you tell us more about the time frame for these activities? Is Ms. Buljan is asking.
Well, since you can adapt them to your needs as whatever, whichever way you wish, you can also set the time limit. Some of these activities can be quite short, but you can give them more time. So I think that you can make the whole lesson out of some of them, depending on the age of your student and on what you want to do with them. They can also be like a little project. So I don't know, it is up to you how you wish to use them.
Okay, Miss Carolina de Vrnja is asking, možemo li Padlet dijeliti unutar učiteljskih grupa?
Yes, definitely. That is the point of it, to share.
Yes, well done. Excellent. Miss Jovanovic says, hooray for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss de Vrnja. Anybody else? Okay, we'll wait for a moment or two if there are any other questions. Ja bih htjela sada iskoristiti ovu mini pauzu i obratiti se svim dragim kolegama kojih je negdje 40-ak koji prate stručni skup preko live streama na YouTube agencijskom kanalu. I kao prvo vam zahvaljujem za vaše strpljenje. Pročitala sam vaše komentare i samo da vam kažem da ćemo vas pokušati prebaciti ovdje u Zoom. Kolega Davor Černi je stvarno zakrčen vašim mailovima, molimo vas da mu date malo vremena. Sigurno je da će nam ona pauza za ručak koja slijedi za sat vremena jako puno pomoći u tome. Ja sam otvorila sve vaše komentare i pročitala i evo, htjela sam vam zaista odgovoriti ovako i reći vam da se samo malo još strpite, pokušat ćemo vas prebaciti ovdje, ali vidimo vaša imena i budite bez brige. Hvala vam svima vama, znači vas 40 koji pratite preko YouTube-a. Očito je došlo do nekakvog problema pri prijavi i zaista ćemo vas pokušati ovdje prebaciti u narednih sat i pol. Pozdravljam vas svih u YouTube-u i nemojte se ljutiti, ovo je novi format Zooma, Zoom events koji funkcionira malo drugačije i kolega je zaista se jako puno potrudio oko njega, tako da evo malo strpljenja molimo. Kolegica Halovanić kaže, učitelji engleskog jezika najviše potiču učenike da upotrebljavaju digitalne alate u učenju. Moje iskustvo.
Da, ja se slažem s tim definitivno. Ja mislim da smo mi nekako ispred svih reformi i da smo najhrabriji. I uvijek su neki noviteti prvo u našim učionicama, čini mi se onda u ostalima.
Okay, great job, Lydia, as always. Ms. Bundara is saying, Dajana Vidaković, vrlo konkretno i upotrebljivo, hvala. Evo, ako smo završili sa svim pitanjima i komentarima, kolegica Borović Kaže, slažem se s kolegicom koja je rekla da je ovo jedno od najboljih predavanja koje sam u zadnje vrijeme slušala. Well done, well done, thank you. Ima tu i dobrih materijala za sat razrednika, da. Ok, yes, thank you. Aleksandar Roza, Englezi forever. Thank you very much. Ok, evo imamo još 2 minute do početka nove sesije, novog predavanja. Mi ćemo se sad ponovo, napravit ćemo istu stvar kao i malo prije, prebacit ćemo se into the new room, into the new session. Svih vas pozdravljam i vidimo se znači u sljedećem predavanju u sobi za visual literacy. Oh, I see. Kolegice Ivane Marinić. Kolegice Marinić, dobar dan.
Dobar dan.
Dobar dan, dobrodošli.
Hvala, još bolje vas našla.
Drago nam je da ste danas sa nama. Da li ste se već prije uspjeli spojiti ili ste se sada ubacili?
Od početka sam tu.
O, drago nam je, drago nam je. Evo, kolegice Marinić, 12 je sati, vrijeme za vaše izlaganje. Prvo ću vas zamoliti da se predstavite, da nam kažete tko ste, što ste, odakle ste i onda možemo krenuti. Još jednom ću ponoviti kolegama, znam da volimo svi pozdravljati sve, ali evo čuvajmo chat za neke konkretnije stvari. Hello everyone, hello again. I još jednom da ponovim, nakon ovog znači predavanja u 13 sati slijedi nam pauza za ručak od 13 do 13:45. Tako da, evo, što još? I još jedna mala obavijest da ja sam otvorila još onih par mjesta što je bilo ostalo na ETA-edu, tako da evo, ako neko nije, može se prijaviti još uvijek. YouTuberi, pričekajte još sekundicu, pokušat ćemo vas prebaciti ovdje. Hvala svima i krećemo. Izvolite, kolegice Marinić.
Thank you very much, Elena. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here with all the English teachers today. I'm really, really glad. First, you told us to tell people something about ourselves. So I just do it really shortly. I have been in education, particularly teaching of English, for many years now, since 1998. First 10 years, I taught at a primary school in Osijek, and then I moved to the Faculty of Education here in Osijek as well. But I'm very glad that I've been able to keep in touch with the practice, because I sure believe that science can bring different answers to different questions, but it's very important to see what's going on actually on the terrain, and to always be in touch with the people who actually work with children and who teach English. So I'm really, really glad to be here. I also have to say that I'm a little bit nervous. I don't believe that I've ever spoken in front of so many people. I did sing in front of thousands of people, but I actually don't think I ever spoke in front of so many. So let me start with my presentation. I'm going to share screen. I just have to find where it is. Oh, I lost it. Just a second.
No problem.
My presentation is named I See, and it's actually about visual literacy and how it can be used in education generally, and particularly in teaching English. And here it goes now. Hopefully I've shared. I don't need sound, so anyways.
Yes, fine.
Okay, yeah.
Fine, we can see it.
Great. Just let me click the present button and then I'm good. Okay, so first I will start with actually the description of these concepts very, very shortly. The concepts of literacy, visual literacy, and multiliteracies or new literacies, which are actually quite important in today's world. So the basic concept of literacy, if we see it just really narrowly, is the ability to read and write. But we all know that simply being able to read words does not make us good readers. Not to elaborate on that further, just, you know, imagine yourselves, you know, reading different books, or imagine, I don't know, 12-year-olds reading their mandatory reading for Croatian classes, for example, some literature. They aren't not able to understand everything because they don't understand. There are many unfamiliar words, etc., etc. So besides just being the ability to read and write, literacy also means that you have to be knowledgeable in a particular field. And today we talk about computer literacy, we talk about, I don't know, even specific studies of something such as, I don't know, Bible literacy, etc. And we also, among these things, talk about visual literacy. Visual communication today is very important. It was never not important, but today it's as important almost as the other types of literacy. And they're important for every group of people. So visual literacy is actually a group of activities or abilities to understand and actually read images. So we read images without even needing words to tell us something. We interpret them, we evaluate them critically. We are able to express ourselves using images, and that's what we'll talk about today. But talking in images is not new, obviously. So this was like 32,000 years ago. These images were used for some different purposes, and the researchers still don't know basically what. We're guessing that back then people used these images to protect themselves from, I don't know, different nature forces, etc. The first letters were basically pictures of some kind, but today we have this. So without even actually having to say anything about this particular photo, it speaks for itself. So if you live in today's world, you know that those are two famous footballers, that this photo was actually created as a motivation for people to watch the World Cup, because Messi and Ronaldo are playing different teams and everybody wants to see which of these teams will win. Also, this might be a little hurtful, but this is the most liked photo on Instagram today. Also, no words needed. So we see how photos speak for themselves. And the second most liked photo today on Instagram is this one. It's called Instagram egg. And it actually became the most liked one before Messi appeared with his trophy. This photo actually was just a prank by this Instagram page. They wanted to become like more liked than Kylie Jenner's photo, and they actually succeeded in that. So that's the world we live in, okay? Instagram egg is all over the world. Then the third concept that I'm also going to touch on a little bit is the multiliteracies or new literacies, which claims that we read the world through different senses, and that we don't just understand the world through reading and writing, but also through linguistic, visual, audio, spatial, and gestural ways of meaning making. So let's begin with the relevance of all of this for education, particularly for EFL teaching. The world today is sometimes called, and pardon my bad French, badinage, which means like bath of images. You see this photo of New York here, and you see how many visuals there are in this street. If you think of Tokyo and some other huge cities like that, that's actually all you see. And it is very important today to talk about these things and to teach children about various aspects of actual visual literacy. First of all, I'm going to talk about visual aesthetics. Then I'm going to talk about visual ethics a little bit. Then I'm going to talk about the cultural aspect of visual literacy. And then about some dangers of visual media and information, and about its value actually in today's world. In terms of visual aesthetics, I'll just cover a couple of things which I believe might be maybe useful and important to English teachers. As Lydia mentioned, it's kind of our job to teach these things and not just let them be taught by other professors, for example, IT professors, because if we kind of give our students certain tasks, then we might as well help them do them the best they can. So first of all, when talking about visual aspects of anything that our students experience in the classroom, we could talk about teaching them actually to avoid visual clutter. I've seen a lot of presentations, and I usually teach my students that as well, because you wouldn't believe it. Although they have done, like, I don't know, maybe dozens of presentations in their lifetime, still, when they come to faculty, they do these basic mistakes of, I don't know, putting an image in the background of a presentation. and then you cannot read anything that's been, you know, written there. Or they put too much text on the slide. Or they use many different fonts or fonts which are unreadable. They add unnecessary animations. They choose wrong colors, etc., etc. So this is something that we can also teach our students. I know that we cannot grade that, but not everything needs to be graded in order to be taught. So if we give good examples by giving them clean and neat handouts or giving them nice presentations and teach them how to do that themselves, then they might also kind of try. In this how-to section is the explanation on how to, you know, create good presentations. And I've agreed with Lydia that all my materials will also be pasted into her Padlet, so they will be there. The second thing which is important are fonts. I'm in love with fonts. And then when I start doing presentations, I always like pick some unusual, modern, interesting fonts. But then I end up doing like using the same old fonts over and over again because I notice that they are readable and that they are, you know, actually very communicative, so to say. Choosing appropriate fonts depends on many things. For example, width of the strokes are very important, whether they're the same or different. Whether you're using serif or sans serif. I'm sorry, I have to mute somebody.
Kolegice Nikolina Jans, molimo
Okay.
vas da, molimo
Yeah,
vas
yeah.
da isključite zvuk.
Then whether you're using serifs or no serifs, this particular font that you're seeing is a sans serif font, which means that it doesn't have any additions to the letters themselves. I can show you what a serif font looks like. So this would be, oh no, I'm sorry, it's a wrong one. It's here on the photo. So this is a serif font. It has these features at the end of strokes. And this is sans serif. It doesn't have anything. Serif is better for, this here particular thing is better for print. And it's better for small fonts. And if you do a lot of reading, it is kind of much better. And this one looks more modern, contemporary, and they are preferred for like short messages and stuff like that. Of course, you have to think about readability, but also aesthetics and psychology of fonts. So you see this message, I will always find you, can sound totally different if it's written in different fonts. As Lydia has already told you, colors are very important. And here are two activities that you can do with your students in terms of color recognition or actually teaching color vocabulary, but also talking about the symbolism of different colors. So here's one where your students can create their own logo. These are the instructions. You tell them to draw a square, to choose a shape which represents them, to draw the shape and add a letter, a number, or a symbol of their choice, to color their logo, and here are some like colors with what they symbolize. Even if this is not really true, that's a fun activity. You will teach a lot of new words, and also your students will be able to kind of find their colors. Then they can pair up, share details about their logos. Of course, if they don't want to share everything, it's okay, because, you know, some things are really intimate and we don't want to talk about them. And this is another activity with colors. it will be in the Padlet as well, where you actually teach idioms. It's not opening, so let's skip it. You'll find it there. You teach idioms through this activity. Oh, here it is. Okay, good. So they actually add a color in the sentence, and then their task is to make a thick line on a piece of paper using the same color. And by doing this, you teach some color idioms, you discuss colors, whether, you know, these idioms are the same in Croatian or not. And this is the answer for the idioms here. Okay. Photos are very important too. Imagine that I gave you, I put you in two groups and gave each group one of these pictures. So one of them is, the one on the left is representing Elon Musk. And you know that he's really trying to travel to moon and kind of work on lunar tourism. And the other one, as you can see, is a poor child from an Indian village. So imagine I gave different groups, different photos, and I asked them to discuss lunar tourism or traveling to the moon. How important is it to invest money into that? So what would you think the reactions would be? Photos do, according to some research, photos do make us kind of sometimes actually bring different decisions. Me and my colleague a couple of years ago did a research, and we showed people, so basically our participants had the task to decide on the punishment for certain crimes or petty crimes. And the one group was given just the questions and the, you know, possible answers to circle from. And the other group was given photos before actually having to do this test. We show them a set of disturbing photos. And as you can guess, the group which saw the disturbing photos was actually much harsher on the crimes themselves. This is used in media a lot. We get emotional because of some photos, and we tend to read things differently, see things differently. So maybe this is also a good topic to discuss with your students. And then later, when you've done this activity with them, they can discuss, you know, why, what made them feel this way about traveling to moon. Then also, why art? Why should we talk about art in our English lessons? I don't know about you, but you know, in high school, my art lessons were mostly about art theory, about the history of art, about these things. And depending probably on the teacher that you had, we had different experiences with art. We were never actually asked to feel the art, to look at the details of some art, and to just talk about art using our own words. So here are also a couple of activities that might be helpful in the classroom. This is the first one is a set of paintings that you can show your students. And then there is a little quiz at the end. I will just quickly show you what it looks like, but later on you can find it in the Padlet as well. So these are the art pieces that they are supposed to look at for a minute and remember certain things about them. And then at the end, you give them a little quiz. And there are answers to the quiz. And this can be used as the starting point for discussion of these art pieces. Of course, you can focus on anything that might be interesting to your students, like, I don't know, the colors, what's represented in the photos, what kind of emotions they feel when they look at it, what do they know about these artists, etc., etc. And this is something for the little ones. I would like to thank Dora Požanić for this idea. This is a Christmas tree class project where students use their palms to, it's not working. So basically students use their palms to make, to draw and write wishes on them. Trace their hands on a piece of paper, and then they write different wishes for themselves, their family, their friends. I saw some colleagues did that, and they sent us their photos. So this is what the project looks like at the end, and it's really fun. The second topic that's important is visual ethics, and I find this very, very important because there are disturbing things going on at the moment. First, I'll talk about the representations of the different groups of people in the media, how we manage to create distance from these groups instead of empathy with specific groups and people. Then we'll talk about people's moments of vulnerability and how they're being shared, and how we should actually teach students not to do that. You definitely have problems with these things, like students sharing other people's weaknesses in their groups, Viber groups or whatever. So this is also a good way to teach them about these things. And also we'll talk about some responses from viewers and what kind of ethical questions are raised by sharing such content. I'm sorry, I just talk so much that I can't see all the comments, but I appreciate you commenting. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll check from time to time. So just keep saying whatever this inspires you to say. So I would like to talk about this because this was actually a recent thing. So a couple of days ago, we know that there was the Autism Awareness Day. And since I have a couple of friends who have children with autism, I noticed that one of them posted this on Facebook, and I asked her if I could show it to you, all of you today, and she said yes. So basically, she, as the mother of an autistic child, who, by the way, had to, besides being the mother of an autistic child, she also had to, they made an organization, and they actually pushed the local government and everybody to open the Center for Autism in Osijek. So it was basically their work instead of the government's work or somebody else's work. So she said that lately she's been seeing in the media that media shows like talks about autistic people, and then let some people speak about their disorder. But actually, those are the people who have realized in their, I don't know, 40s or something, that they are a bit different than others. And they have like finished faculties, they have families, they have children, they are completely operable, they function normally. And she, as the mother of the autistic child, says that with all the respect to the spectrum of autism and different disorders, she feels that this is doing a lot of damage to actually children and persons who deal with numerous sensory and neurological issues, who are bothered by the environment, by different stimuli, that they don't really don't function. They need constant supervision. They need constant support. They will never be independent. And she feels that this kind of misrepresentation of their problem is really damaging for them. I don't know if you've seen it. I don't know what you think about that, but I felt the need to share this with you. Since 1992, as you can see, when people were perceived, so people with disabilities, that people with disabilities were found, were portrayed actually in the media in stereotypical ways. As you can see here, pitiable, empathetic, sinister, and evil. And if you click on this, you can find the link where I found it. If not, I'll just put it into the Padlet. Today, it has changed a little bit, but still, there are many stereotypical representations of disability, such as, I don't know, disability being tragic. Although there is the increase in the reporting of disability, there is also a lot of talk about people with mental disabilities being the welfare scroungers, etc., etc. So this is an interesting topic to tackle with our students. You can give them a task to watch TV, for example, for 2 weeks, and follow the media that they usually follow, and then report back to you on how many disabled persons they have seen, to maybe write it down and describe the context, because the community is now worried that there is the underrepresentation actually of disabled people in the media. Here on the right, you can see the Brazilian Vogue campaign for the Paralympic Games, which was banned, of course, later on, because those people were not really disabled. They were just, you know, models sitting in wheelchair. Whereas on the left, you can see an NGO, People with Disability Australia, with the representation of a person with disability, which is actually the right one. So this is a person who is disabled, but still, you know, working and doing the things that all of us do as much as they can. Then, of course, misrepresentation or underrepresentation of women in the media. I must add here that there is also a lot of misinterpretation of men, especially men as fathers, like they are represented as people who forget their children somewhere, or, I don't know, play games with children, which are babies especially, which are dangerous, etc. But this is also a topic which may be talked about, like, you know, how women are portrayed in the media. We could analyze the textbooks as well and see how women, especially older women, are portrayed in the textbooks. Again, me and my colleague did a research and found out that usually older women are represented stereotypically with, you know, gray hair, glasses, etc., where the reality is actually a bit different. This is again about something that is screaming out of our mobile phones, and that would be ageism, especially affecting women, but not just women. When you are, I don't know, 50, 40 plus, male or female, and you lose a job, you will most probably be rejected from further jobs because of your age. And here is a representation of Andy McDowell asking, you know, why my gray hair is an issue and George Clooney's isn't. And also Sarah Jessica Parker, who, so this is a paparazzi photo, and she was all over the media being called like ugly, old, etc. Whereas, you know, she was just having lunch. Then recently on the radio, I listened to a lady. I'm sorry that I don't remember, but she's some kind of artistic director of some concert agency here in Croatia. And she says that she's the first woman on that position ever. And she's now trying to pay attention to this, that previously we usually invited a male artists like pianists, etc., to give concerts, and now she's trying to make this equal. And she actually said that it's really, really, you know, it's really sad that we even have to talk about it. So based on quality, we should just, you know, choose people who are going to give concerts and not have to, you know, we wouldn't have to pay attention to whether they're males or females. So you can give your students a task to count men and women in the photo. And this is the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra. And then you can start a little discussion on, you know, which jobs are meant for men, which jobs are meant for women. Is it possible that men are like really more talented for music than women? Or what makes it so hard for women? You know, why, if women do not practice enough, why is it so? And that's it. And now something that really, really bothers me is this sharenting stuff. I'm just going to play the video. It's mute, so you will just watch it while I talk about it. But I've noticed that a lot of people follow these YouTube channels where parents basically record their children's lives from the moment they were born. And it's really disturbing to know that some children are growing up in the world which is actually with total lack of privacy. She's, as you can see, talking about herself and stuff that she does with kids, etc., etc. But at certain points, she really actually shows their whole house. She makes these babies wave to cameras. Let me just find it. So it's kind of her personal vlog. And here it comes. So this boy is actually, you know, already acting in their little movie. And I can imagine them later on, you know, counting the views, counting the clicks, celebrating millions of viewers, etc. And I find it really disturbing because nobody cares about these children and how they feel in all of that. And it's actually legal, you know, to just expose your child from very early on because you are their parent, to just expose them to the world, their whole privacy. When you see the comments that people give on such phenomena, and this photo on the left, that's a boy whose family is also very popular on YouTube. They even moved from Russia, I think, to Miami. And this wall is full of awards, YouTube awards, like for the most watched channel ever. And when people comment on these things, they usually comment on what these children are going to be like. For example, I'm sure these children will grow up to be extremely functional and well-adjusted adults. Or, I don't know, people wonder why so many children and adolescents have mental health issues. And on they go with such comments. But actually what nobody says is, you know, when are we going to stop this? It's us adults who do this. We give awards. We actually allow these things to happen. I know that English teachers cannot do much about it, but we can raise awareness and talk to children about it. And if you ask them, they will tell you that they hate it when their parents share photos of them. And let alone this, you know, I think that they will kind of have an attitude towards this, and that they will tell you that they don't really appreciate it. The next topic is the universality of symbols. Again, back to visual literacy itself and how it can be used in the classroom. We'll talk about these 4 topics. So let's start with the first one, which are cultural symbols. You can use this topic to discuss all sorts of issues around the world. You can ask students to collect certain photos, make exhibitions, give presentations, and have debates about different topics. Here is a world map of animals. So it's really useful for the little ones, where, you know, this is the map of the world with different animals on them. You can make such a map of, I don't know, Croatia or Europe or whatever. I noticed that a lot of kids like flags. I'm not really good at this, but here is a quiz. Even if it doesn't open, you know where you can find it. Here is a quiz to test different your knowledge on different flags of the world. Or you may discuss different clothes. This is a nice short video about children's clothes around the world. And this gentleman even asks certain questions that you can ask your students. So it's very classroom friendly, I would say. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just looking at the chat. Great. Okay. Then next interesting topic related to visual literacy is also the use of iconic symbols in the classroom. You can teach about iconic symbols, you can do research, you can compare. There is so much that our students can learn about this. And if you think about it, where are they taught these things? You know, either at home, but if not at home, they just pick it up anywhere randomly. So we can be the ones, you know, who will help them maybe do a little research about some iconic symbols like cross. What does the cross mean? Or I don't know, let's compare the, you know, 2 different Christian religions like Orthodox Church and a church that's like majority of Croatians attend, etc., etc. So that's a beautiful opportunity to teach diversity. This is a good page where you can find, like, it's actually child-friendly, and it explains what a cultural icon is. And then it discusses some persons, etc., and you can select by countries. So you can either work on one country and talk about its cultural icons, or you can pick, you know, you can put students in groups and do something like group activities of different countries, or you can just choose one of these things to discuss at a certain moment. What I like about it is that it also has like topics which are, you know, tackle some unpopular topics like fascism, for example. It explains it, you talk about it, and, you know, it's not really a history lesson, but it's, a discussion of something that our students are also sometimes not really aware of. When I hear some of their jokes, I really wonder, where history lessons have gone wrong. Then you can use this to talk about influential symbols in the world, like what does the rain symbolize? Fire, the raven, the owl, sun, and then also some other symbols. There is a song here as well. So by teaching this, you also teach cultural diversity. And then there is a little quiz about the meaning of some symbols. So you can play it yourself and then ask your students to play. They can draw symbols, describe symbols, make a exhibition about different symbols, etc. Then body language. How are these people behaving? What do we see in their gestures, etc. You can do movie analysis also without the tone and show them, for example, this. Let them watch and ask them, what's going on here? Look at their faces. Is she glowing? Is she satisfied with herself? Is he angry? Is he sad? So we can learn a lot by just watching at people's faces. Gestures are also an important part of visual literacy, and here is you have to register to this site, but here is a nice workshop on gestures. I used to have a drama group in primary school, so I'm really in love with the body language topic. Of course, you pick, of all these ideas, you pick the ones that you feel good with. Lydia has already mentioned emojis. Let me just tell you that I talked to my students about emojis, and the funniest part of this conversation was their description of their texts with their parents. So one of them said, I told her that I'm going to come home a little bit later than usually. And then my mom texted me back with okay in capital letters, full stop, and the heart. And I was like, what does she mean by that now? So can I stay late or not? Is she angry? So what's going on? And then my student went home and saw that mom was totally okay with it. And then she said, what kind of the text did you send me? What was that? And mother was like, it was okay and a heart. But this student got all upset because in their texting, customs, they don't use capital letters at all. So okay should be written with okay in Croatian, not oka, capital OK. Then you should not put full stops because it means that you are really, really serious about something. And also you should use emojis carefully because sometimes the typical emojis can be very, very sarcastically used. So this one here, this regular emoji that we use is in the new time, it's recently, it has become actually a symbol for something you say, yeah, I like it, but I really don't. So if you want to send a smiley, you should send this one with pink cheeks. Also, this one is for laughing out loud. So if you get a skeleton from your children, don't worry, they just think you're hilarious. So discuss emojis with your children and learn about these things because otherwise you might misinterpret each other's messages. I'm also I told my daughter, but for me, emoji is what it's what it represents. So heart is a heart, like I love you. And, you know, smiley is just, you know, I'm smiling, but no, in their culture, it's totally different. So talk to them about it. Talk to your students, you'll find out interesting things. And finally, what would be the values and dangers of visual literacy in the classroom? If we teach visual literacy, our students are going to be be able to navigate the world in a better and nicer way. They will be able to read not just signs, messages, but also people. They will be able to read each other. Sometimes we say some things, but we mean different things. They will be, you know, much better off with certain things that they see and recognize. You will teach them that not everything they see on Facebook is, you know, authentic or real, that people sometimes hide behind their personas, that, you know, they should actually enjoy the world and the visual world around them without other people's constraints on it. Here is also another nice activity, London's Underground Languages. So I suggest that you check that for yourselves. It's like the underground, the way underground goes, but they show different parts of London. And there are maps around about different languages that are used in different parts of London. So it's a very, very interesting page, especially for high school students. I suggest you look at it. There are a lot of maps, infographics, and visual literacy is very important here. You should practice art. That's a value of art also. Lydia has mentioned those photoshopping and doodle art activities and paper art activities, but also lately art has been used as therapy a lot. This is neurographic art, and here is a video which explains what that is and how it can be useful for us. So maybe that's something that you can use after a stressful day at school. And one of the dangers of this visual material that our students are exposed to is this: whether this thing is somebody's business and they earn a lot of money on that, or is it something which has public or individual interest? Obviously, both of these people here in the photos are actually changed to some kind of business, and they're trying to sell something to us. So that's what Lydia talked about, online safety and things like that, where we should be the ones who warn our students about these traps. And finally, I know that I'm running a bit late, but this is like, you know, a little bit of multiliteracy for you. Teaching English is like sailing because, and now I would like you to say why. And here is some, oh, I don't have or sound to that, so never mind. This is like the ocean sound here as well. So if you have any ideas or would like to share after this, you know, presentation, feel free to do it. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Ivana. There are some questions for you. Would you like to take them right now or later?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I'll start with the last one. Have you ever had a group of 8th graders who are extremely silent, like uncomfortably quiet, so hard to work with them, and they know English, but they don't want to talk? I tried everything I know to get them speaking. So far, no luck, but writing, they are good.
Well, yes, it's important. I know it's very difficult, but it's important to kind of connect with your students, to know what they are interested in and to ask them about it. I have a great activity that I can share with a colleague. She can email me at ivanamarinits@gmail.com, where I suggest that we kind of give them an opportunity to teach us. So maybe that would be like the breaking point where you open up for learning about their world. And when they see that they can like trust you and they feel comfortable around you, then maybe they will open up. Also, sometimes I've noticed that it's some kind of a group thing. So it's not that anybody individually would not speak, but somehow they have some group issues. They don't want to be embarrassed in front of their colleagues for saying something or doing something. Mm-hmm. That means that you might want to include their headmaster, headmistress, their classmaster actually, and talk about these problems. Maybe get some students on the side to talk to them individually about it, to see what kind of problems they have. They just don't want to share. So they might have some group issues, you know, that could be solved in some way with the help of, you know, school psychologist or somebody else. So it's probably one of these two.
Okay, there are two more questions in the Q&A section. Raising awareness about everyday life social problems, showcasing and voicing the damages done and the misinterpretations. Is it all talk and classroom practice only? What are the true chances we teach being human sensitive and human friendly over technology orienteering?
Okay, let me just try and see the question.
It's in the Q&A window.
Mm-hmm. So basically, what the question is about, whether this is possible actually to teach children that in a classroom. Am I getting it right?
I'll read it once again. Raising awareness about everyday life social problems, showcasing and voicing the damages done and the misinterpretations. Is it all talk and classroom practice only? What are the true chances we teach being human sensitive and human friendly over technology orienteering?
Well, if we don't do it, who is going to do it? I think that we focus a lot on actually ourselves and the world that we live in, and we see things from our own perspective. And then we also do some kind of reverse psychology where we ascribe some phenomena to children only, but children are actually molded, and you know, through Piaget and Vygotsky especially, that children develop through interaction with the world around them. And if educators are not the ones who are going to you know, support this idea of being humane, then who is? Unfortunately, we sometimes cannot count on parents. As far as I've seen, you know, we cannot rely on this, that everything is going to be done at home. And we are here to step in. And it's the responsibility of every single person working at school. And, you know, hoping that we will manage to instill these values and to help them strive. I think that they actually enjoy discussions of these topics, but it's a question when they are giving this opportunity. As somebody said here, Inglesi rules. I totally agree. I think that in English lessons, they actually really talk a lot about themselves, about their interests, about, you know, what they like, what they don't like, about different cultures, different worlds, and they are exposed to many different things. And I think that English teachers are really doing a great job here.
I agree. There's another question for you, Ivana. All of these, including the previous lectures, simply crave, despite efforts, for something more than the lukewarm intercurricular chemistry. A well-developed, full-fledged, interdisciplinary course subject might do the trick. Do you agree?
I totally agree. I totally agree that there should be changes in the curriculum, and not just curriculum, but also the practices which are not administrator-based and which are not paper-based, which are really and truly learning-oriented and also learner-oriented. It's a huge thing to do, but I think it's really, really necessary. It starts also from the faculties, from us, future, who teach future teachers. But we cannot wait like for 20 years for things to change when these young people become, teachers one day, when they finally get a job and when the whole structure changes. We need to be the change. And I know that there are many individuals in the educational system who are aware of this, and they're doing a beautiful job. And it would be beautiful if, their voices would be heard instead of, some other ones. Hopefully
Thank you.
I've answered the question.
Yes. Okay. In the chat, there's different comments. Ms. Spalian says, great talk. I love your sense of aesthetics. Ms. Grubisic says, it's stormy or peaceful depending on your state of mind, what's under the surface. You can never be sure when the storm is coming. Teaching English is like sailing because you have to adapt to various different situations, like giant waves that come out of nowhere or storms.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, thank you. Inspiring. Thank you for your inspirational lecture. Very interesting, quite useful. Great ideas. Okay, I have a group of third graders in high school who are exactly the same. I gave them a task on storytelling on Flipgrid, and that helped a lot. Okay, that was an internal
that's probably comment on the ones who don't like to speak. Yeah.
Yes, and Ms. Jerkovic says, teaching English is like sailing because you have to react quickly to any trigger that you come across during teaching, speaking, and debating with your students.
Yeah, definitely a lot of flexibility is needed.
Ms. Bokovshek says, we're supposed to be knowledgeable at any rate if we want to make our students be aware of all these issues we're discussing today. More to add, we need to be as well as our students are into a constant flow of new media and digital technology changes and keep up with new trends of their virtual world they are experiencing every day. That's the 21st century teacher that needs to deal with, and when we think more precisely, we are already dealing with all media and digital influences on our private life levels.
Yes, definitely.
Teaching
I'm so
is like...
glad that for all this, I'm so happy about all these comments. It's important, to share and be aware of all these things, and these meetings are a beautiful thing just for that, right?
Yes, Miss Antonini says teaching is like sailing because both require careful planning and preparation to navigate through uncertain waters and reach the destination successfully. Another colleague says teaching is like sailing because you must pay attention to everyone and everything at the same time, and every second is a new experience. Teaching English is like sailing because it might look peaceful at the first glance. Thank you. It was very interesting. I didn't know about emoji and texting among students. I'll ask my 7th graders more about it.
Please do.
Yes, teaching English is like sailing because it empowers our students to take any direction they want in their lives. Teaching English is like sailing because it can be challenging to navigate, but extremely fulfilling and exciting when done right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Teaching English is like sailing because you're free to go wherever you wish. It's fresh and exciting.
Nice. Beautiful.
Yes.
I really love your metaphors. I mean, metaphor explanations.
Okay, there is another one, interesting one. It says, because you usually plan your voyage, but you never know what you can come upon on your way and you have to adjust to it.
Yes, definitely. And this is the teacher of today, you know, not bound by paperwork, not bound by, you know, different things which are imposed on them, but these people who are aware of what teaching means. Like, you really need to be flexible. You really need to learn all the time. You need to keep up with the times that you're living in, and also bring some of the old flames that you used to feel when you know, the way you collected your knowledge. So bring that also into lessons, adapt it so that your students can understand it. The civilization is not like here, now, and today. We have inherited a lot of things from before, and, you know, we just need to be able to incorporate all of that into the lessons.
Yes, and we'll finish with the last comment here. Teaching English is like sailing because it takes you and your students to wonderful, sometimes unexpected places. It's a journey well worth taking. There are good times and there are rough times, but all the winds you encounter on your way can bring about great change. Thank you, Miss Furlan. That was a great way to wrap up this session. Don't you think, Ivana?
I agree. Yeah, I totally agree. Thank you very much. And thank you for being here. Thank you for all these beautiful comments. And hopefully we'll see each other a lot, you know, face to face at some soon event.
Yes.
Have a nice time and eat something because it's 1 o'clock.
Lunchtime.
You're
Thank you
probably
so
hungry.
much. Yes, thank you so much, Ivana. That was wonderful. And yes, definitely our next big national PD will be live, and no more Zooms and YouTube streaming and everything. It's the last big one online of this size and this type. So we're looking forward to see you face to face, all of you. I want to talk to my YouTubers. YouTubers, you are not forgotten. I keep watch over you. I'm following your comments and everything. You're not out of reach. So we will try to transfer you, if we can, to Zoom. If not, keep following there. I see your names, and don't worry about the certificate. And what else? Yes, I just want to mention that some people had an issue connecting because the link did not end up in their regular mail, but in the spam. So check your spam folder, and see you after the lunch break at 1:45. And Davor, do you have anything else to say?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I have to disagree with you and say that the next big meeting will be a hybrid one. So we will be live, but a lot of people will still be online, unfortunately, because we don't have venues, or better to say, we don't have funds to host 600 or 700 people. So sorry about that. So we will have to keep with using this technology, but we'll learn as we go. So we hope we'll be able to come up with better solutions to avoid 200 emails or 300 emails in 15 minutes. So
So basically, whoever is not contacted either by me or my colleague, stay there, stay on YouTube. I see your names and there won't be any problems about the certificate. I see that you are there. I just want to mention one tiny little thing that I have forgotten. And I will switch back to Croatian right now. Htjela bih pozdraviti dvoje naših vrlo dragih i cijenjenih predavača prošlih godina sa državnih stručnih skupova, kolega Dino Dumančić i Ana Martinović sa sveučilišta u Zadru, sa Filozofskog fakulteta sveučilišta u Zadru. Hvala vam puno što ste se pridružili ovome skupu i za vaš jednostavno za vaš interes da pratite ovu temu i nadam se da je profesorica Marinić pročitala osobni pozdrav kolege Dumančića u chatu. Thank you, Ana.
Ja sam i ja njega pozdravljam isto.
Thank you, kolega Dumančić, kolegice Martinović, hvala vam što ste se pridružili. Pozdravite nam sveučilište u Zadru i Zadar i vidimo se nakon pauze, stanke za ručak. Thank you everyone. Thank you.
Uključio sam Dini mikrofon pa Dino može sam se zahvaliti.
Dino?
Hvala svima, hvala Jelena, hvala profesorici. Evo, sad mi je malo neugodno onako ad hoc, ali svima dobar tek i to je to.
Ok, hvala Dino, hvala.
Hvala.
Ok, vidimo se u 13:45.
Zašto ne napiše 2 puta 0,5? Mislim, ljudi će pitat, mene će poslije pitat, a ne njega. Ja ne može se on izolirati od drugih. Kako je to prošlo povjerenstvo, a da se to nije vidjelo? Zašto to moram vidjeti ja? Razumiješ? To sam htjela. Pa mislim, ma ne može. Ne može on takav, da, ne može. To nije logično objašnjenje. Mislim, kako ja tebi mogu reći, imam ukupno, razumiješ, ja tebi mogu reći isto takvo objašnjenje koje meni oprosti potpuno glupo. Jer svaka zadaća ima 40 bodova, šta on tu sad izmišlja? Ali ovo mora na lekturu i na ispis, ne može to i biti tako, to što on rekao, to mora napisati, znaš, o tome se radi. Mora svi razredi imaju na taj način, pa ne mogu ja na objavu...
Nisam stigao, nema.
Ja ne znam kojim jezikom, da mu kažem. Mislim, nisam toliko glupa da ne bi razumjela 40 puta 280. Za njemu ne dam po pola boda, nalazi još zadataka.
Ja se ispričavam, malo ću vam sad zasmrditi. Kiselo zelje. Razlika je u geografskom, u dijalektu.
Da?
Znači, buncak.
Dobar tek.
Hvala.
kopiju dostaviti, a ne na... Jer nisu navedeni na ovdje. Da znate to da sutra, ne? Pa šta vam treba za... Dobro, evo isprintati, a mislio sam da sad ne ostane na stolu bez veze, da sve osjetljive pospremam, ne? Dobro, što treba ovo za cucu dobri, što je bilo u Rovinju što si bio.
Nisam odbio.
Već što ćeš biti.
Da.
Vidim da je, to si ti pretpostavljam vojte projekt.
Ne.
Ne? Koji vojte?
Ja, ali nemam ja sam sebi klik.
Pa zato si...
Katica je klik.
Ali smiješno, vojte projekt, a zapravo nije.
Ne.
Neću pitat zašto najgore vidjet ću, ona.
Da.
Ministar je otišao. Evo, sad je gotovo. Sad je otišao s nekim. Spoja svita, danas je to. Taman mi je došla pročelnica koja bi trebao dobiti popis ove hemikalije iz Pule i ove moje izvodice iz Pule. Znači, to je dobra strana kad moraš pričati na poruku.
i sve je dobro prošlo. Super. Da. Da. A, da. Odlično. A kako funkcionira u školi toga? Da. Da. A, A to što je izjavila nama, sad mi nalazi, ne znam, mislim, to će pisalo izvješće.
Ako me neko treba, ja sam u Lucijanki, od Babića.
Ona u stvari jako puno uči, odnosno da je uloženi trud i vrijeme. Učenje u neskladu.
Bog.
Vidimo se od rođenja. Se razmišlja da nema možda neku teškoću, pa da teže ne vjerujem, da. 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 Da, to je Brigita, da? Jo, da, onda dobro, onda prekriži. Dobro, da. Jer pišem sad šta ću s mamom razgovarati. Da. Da, to je ona, da. Da, mislim da sigurno da, vjerojatno sam ga isprintala, sad ne znam. Da, evo sad gledam. Je. Imam ga isprintano i putem Ako ima neko iskustvo, možda neko kliničkom, to bi onda bilo dobro, da bi usvojilo ovo školstvo. Da. Eto, ništa, onda nećemo sad nego poslije kako to škola. Da. Dobro, evo i sredan Uskrs. Hvala, hvala Đelja.
Znači ja sve moram se informirati o tom razgovoru, ako pitati da
Oni se vi možete pozvati program,
mi ćemo jedan udar staviti, jedan slot pola sata za agenciju i ja ću to ne sad poslati, kad se vratim,
znači i dalje. A što ste se onda govorili za internet?
To je taj jezik mir, da netko vas bude i predavač. Da se djeluje na konferenciju.
Dobro, ništa. Vi pošaljite, pa ćemo mi onda na Facebooku.
Ako je moguće da to čim prije se odluči,
da, naravno, da možete dalje svaki. Ok, vi pošaljite, pa ćemo, mislim, možda je dobro da pošaljite one na Facebooku.
Nije.
Da.
Evo, vi ste nešto govoriti.
Već sam ja pitala, da.
Evo, sad je to. Znači, to je jučer, mogu to riječite da negdje postoji djenet,
Vjerujemo mi vama.
I ono je rekao da će tu s vama razgovarati, ko bi onda sudjelovao ovu konferenciju. Informirati i samo vas molim, ako je moguće, da se čim prije odluči, da mi možemo kopirati sve poslije. Da bi se viđu odluka da ovo tam utrpara slijede, jer sad su tako ti praznici i vredi da se nema niko prijavio. Sad kroz... Ne, ništa, ja sam zdravo seljački malo razmišljam.
Da se nešto dobro objavi, to se jako brzo popuni, bez obzira na...
Evo, to su nam te informirati, to, ako se pozove k sebi, želite često.
Da, super, hvala. Može.
Ne bi vas
ništa,
više onda.
može.
Hvala koji ste se slišali.
Moju, pa nismo ovdje uče.
Nismo.
Da, nismo dugo vidjeli od kemije u vašoj županiji. Da. Kemija, biologija.
Tanja, kolega.
Tanja je na prvom katu, dobar dan, Omica Martinic. Evo odmah struja, čim je s tem.
Da, ovo vam je na prvom katu.
Je, na prvom katu.
Da, samo idite s vesom jer nećete moći u
Da, ne mora na karte.
Moram doći desno stavila karte.
Ne, dobro, ide, može bi desno.
Jer ne možete bez karte. Može. Ništa, svako dobro.
Živite, bilo mi je drago da se vidimo. Nakon toliko vremena, sjećam se, da, ali baš lijepo. Molim te. Predugo smo ovdje, predugo smo, previše ljudi, previše...
Da.
Svega, da.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. We're slowly, people are slowly joining in. So we'll be starting in a couple of minutes. We are around number 370, so a couple of more people to join us in.
Welcome back. We'll wait a few more minutes. We see the number is increasing, so we'll give you some time to just come back here again. And then we will continue with the joint presentation of Ms. Marinic and Ms. Sharavanya.
Dobro, ja ću onda ono što mogu staviti, sutra ću vam poslati elektroni vremenik. Eto, to je to. Može Srđane. Ok, ajde hvala, bok, bok, bok. Malo se napuhala majica, šta? Je. Ali nismo loši isto. Misliš da ste super? Mislim, možda? Izgleda jeste. Čini mi se bez ovih blizu, ali si bez ovih
Bez ičega, to nas je ova pročelnica. A i njege su si ovo kuđa. On je doktorirao na tim izvrstima.
Evo, krećemo. Kolegice Marinić, kolegice Šaravanja, jeste tu?
Jesmo.
Odlično. Welcome back again. Krećemo, odnosno nastavljamo dalje. Davore, jesi htio nešto još reći?
No, I'm just saying it's okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I'm sending messages in the lobby for people to join in.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for your great help today. Let's start, ladies.
Okay, can I share my screen? Good. Okay, I hope everybody can see it. And
Yes, we can see it.
So hello everyone again. Hopefully you've managed to grab something to eat and have a little rest before we go on with the topic that also deals with the general topic of this meeting, which is media literacy and ELT. And the title of our presentation today is In and Out of Bubbles. I'm going to take over the first part of the presentation, and then Lydia will take over for the next one. And you will find out which bubbles we are actually talking about soon. So Lydia, could you please move to the next slide? First of all, what the question that we have for you today is, what are the things that you see on your feed in your most probably smartphones, but also on your computers? So when you look at your feed, you will find out actually that your feed is quite different from other people's feeds, and we already know that. As Lydia has mentioned in her first presentation, we usually kind of are on some side of the internet, as young people would say, which means that we are surrounded by the information that we usually follow. We are friends with people that we mostly usually like or agree with, that we have some basic interests in common with, and that we kind of can feel free around in terms of commenting on what they are sharing, etc., etc. It kind of is good for us because we don't have to lose energy on maneuvering around some comments or sharing things that we don't want to share with some people, etc., etc. So right now, at this moment, take a look at your feed and see what this is, what it's like. I would like you to scan this Mentimeter that Lydia has prepared. Scan the code and scan the QR code and enter this code to find out about, to give us some answers that we would like to hear from you. So Lydia, could you please take over because you are sharing the screen and it might be easier for you to do it.
Okay, I'll do that. So if you scan the code, you will immediately go to the two questions we have prepared for you, or you can just open the Mentimeter and answer to this code here. I will write the code in the chat so that I can show you the presentation with the results. The point of these questions is just to see which side of the internet you are on. Okay, so the first question is, what 3 topics are you always ready to talk about? So oh, sorry, I didn't want to go. Okay, that's it, right? So it's mostly books, food, music, education, movies, holidays, traveling. So these are all, let's say, pleasant topics. And there is one more question. I just have to find how to reach it here in the presentation view. Okay. Okay, so some harder topics on the other side. So these are the topics that you would never start with anyone, maybe because they are annoying, maybe you don't like disagreeing with people about it. So look at how actually difficult these topics begin. Those topics you don't really want to start talking about. Politics, religion, war, money, private life, history, etc. And some private matters here as well. Football as a great source of stress if you disagree with people, right? Okay, thank you. Ivana, you can continue. Just a second.
Okay. So this actually leads us into the topic that we will discuss today, and the topic, the term for this phenomenon that happens when we kind of just, surround ourselves with like-minded people is called epistemic bubbles. This phenomena is now being researched, and we've read quite a lot of research on that. And exactly as the results of the Mentimeter have shown, people tend to be very divided on certain topics. They are kind of polarized according to their beliefs and opinions, especially when it comes to politics, religion, and stuff like that. Whereas they are the same group of people are not polarized when it comes to these soft topics, such as, you know, books, food, etc. Epistemic bubbles are actually, in the literature, they are called the social structures, and they consist of the opinions that you have kind of created for yourself because you tend to hang out with the people who are similar to you. There is still a lot of research going on whether these epistemic bubbles really exist, but in the philosophical literature, this is how they describe it. So on the one hand, we kind of, it makes our life easier because we don't have to argue with other people. We don't have to get upset because of other people's opinions. We just, you know, follow the things that we like. It's much easier because there is anyways too much information on the internet, and we are just surrounded by the things that we feel comfortable with. What's happening here is that we are creating the atmosphere actually of homophily, which is a phenomenon in which people tend to connect with others who are similar to them in terms of status, values, beliefs, etc. So we might say that, you know, birds of a feather flock together. What we do then, we kind of friend or unfriend people on social media, especially. We subscribe to certain content that we like. We follow the people that we like. We do that in real life as well, but mostly we do that online. And it just helps us confirm our opinions that we have already created about certain things, which actually might be a little biased. But still, epistemic bubbles as themselves are described as a phenomenon which is actually usual and not that dangerous. Later on, Lydia will tell you about a different phenomenon when epistemic bubbles turn into something far more dangerous than that. And this is a topic we believe is important for us as teachers in our professional development, but also something that we can discuss with our students. Next slide, Lydia, please. Okay, this is an example of something that you might want to skip. So you see something, you know, you usually, I mean, I did that as well. I either hide the people whose content I don't appreciate, etc., etc. But then all of a sudden, I see something in my feed, something like this, and then I decide just to, you know, unfriend this person, or even if I don't unfriend them, I usually hide the content that they that I don't like. This makes me actually a target again of different algorithms that see what that actually learn what I'm doing on Facebook or in other social media, and then they target different advertising things on me and different you know, articles where some opinions are stated. So that's what happens actually to all of us, and you know, it's a good thing. They depend, these epistemic bubbles depend on what we are, what we do, and the researchers say that it kind of excludes the other voices, which means that I don't hear the other side. I'm not exposed to contra reviews. And basically, as I am fed certain content through algorithms, I don't decide what comes in, and I don't decide what is left out. On the one hand, it's a good thing because, you know, I choose for myself. But on the other, this can be a problem. I surround myself with like-minded people. I try to avoid counter opinions. I spare myself from some neural effort of thinking about the topic and seeing it from different perspectives. And I'm saving energy, you know, by not doing that. Those are so-called self-perpetuated bubbles, which means that they are self-imposed. On the other hand, there are digitally perpetuated bubbles, which means that algorithms see my behavior and then they feed me with different content. We don't know what these algorithms look like, and we don't know how they work. They gather our data and they actually feed us back our own thoughts. Now, this is the issue that has been, that is kind of not new in terms of sociology and the human behavior, but in terms of online behavior, it is now the hot topic of much research, and some research shows that epistemic bubble, that epistemic bubbles really exist, and some show that they are not that, you know, important for us. But we'll see about that later on. It's not just the social media; it's also some other apps, such as texting apps, for example. And this is now the example of Lydia and another colleague texting each other through Viber. And on the left here, you can see what Lydia got in her when she actually sent a link. And this is what the other person got. So basically, before Lydia has already Googled that and looked for this content, this little picture appeared, and it actually, you know, it was added to her texting, whereas the other colleague didn't get that. Lydia, would you like to elaborate on that?
Yes. So before texting this friend, I was looking at some text about the Tower of Babel, and I looked for some on Google Scholar and some pictures, etc. And then we were texting, and I sent her the link where you can convert Cyrillic to Latin alphabet. And then I saw this little picture, and I thought that she got it as well with her link. And I said, vidi Babylonsku kulu. And then she was confused because she didn't really see it. So all that she saw was this text. So this is also, Viber is also one of the things that collects all our behavior, and it knows what we have been searching on some other media.
Netflix as well. So I am not going to get the same suggestions as somebody else. But this is something that we actually like, you know, or Spotify or whatever. The music that I listen to, it suggests some music which is similar to my taste, and the same with movies and a series that we watch. So basically, you know, you could say, well, there's no harm in that. That's kind of useful because it clears the content, and I can easily pick the things that I like because of these suggestions. However, this may become a problem. So Lydia, could you please go on? The dangers of this could be that we become really biased in thinking about certain topics because we are not exposed to counter opinions and different views, we also become very self-confident in our thinking about certain things and in our opinions, because we think that most of the world agrees with you, because you are basically surrounded by the people who are similar to you. The problem is not that sometimes even we, are exposed to other opinions, but through this type of behavior, we reinforce our own beliefs, which hardens us against the others, and empathy decreases. Some research has shown that, when people with different opinions, different actually political options are exposed to counter opinions, their opinions do not really change. But what changes is this affective side of it. So people become less passionate about their own party, which is actually great, which means that the danger of not getting out of your epistemic bubble is that you will become maybe more passionate about certain things, which does not lead to tolerance, to communication, and things that we actually need in order for democracy to work. You feel really good about your opinion because, everybody feels the same as you do, and you are not ready to listen to others. You are not ready to try out new ideas or to even, tackle them in your head before discarding them. You just, live in the world that you have created for yourself. And that's the danger of it. You can imagine what kind of worlds our students are living in, because if we as adults are not able to, say to ourselves, now I'm going to listen to the other side and I'm going to see what other people think about this topic, so let me compare and everything. You can imagine what happens to them when they just take in all the content that they are fed with uncritically. It might be really, really dangerous. Next slide, please. What are the ways to get out of these bubbles? Is to actually engage with people with different opinions, not maybe unfriend people, listen, observe what they have to say, engage in conversations with people who have different points of view, not arguing with them, but asking them actually to explain why they believe so. Maybe you will find out the things that you didn't know about certain perspectives, etc. You may maybe adjust the filters if possible. You may start using different social media, for example, Reddit. Some research has shown that it is less prone to actually polarizing people on two different sides, because you can adjust your filters and follow the content regardless of, your feelings for certain parties, for example. Debate, have dialogues, ask, find out. You don't have to comment and say your opinion about certain things, but you may ask people to explain why they believe something is true. So that's one of the ways to get out of the bubbles. Well, concerning the children, you can teach them to do the same, Do not just listen to other opinions. Do not share yours immediately. Listen to it, write it down, think about it. And then tomorrow, for example, write the answer or, your reaction to certain things. Okay? You can avoid the filters. It's really, really difficult. The other day, I saw a page suggesting how to delete yourself from the internet, you know, any footprint that you have left, digital footprint. And it's really, really, really difficult. But if we start thinking about it, maybe we can implement some of these things into our own online behavior. You can use incognito browsers, delete your search history on a regular basis, use the internet or search engines without being logged into any accounts. You can delete or block cookies, although they make it really hard for us because, you know, if you click accept cookies, there's just one button. But if you click reject, then they offer you like a page of things that you have to reject. So they think of the ways to make this really difficult for us so that we just end up accepting cookies and just not caring about it. Try out different websites, be aware of what type of content the website offers. We don't have this culture of paying for online news, but it's becoming a thing. And young people in America are especially kind of aware of that. And the research has shown that they are willing to pay for online news, which is the way to support independent journalism and to really go back to the times when we had the editors and when people really thought about the content that is being served to the public. And of course, you know, try to read news on different social media that share balanced, actually unpolarized viewpoints. This is now an activity that Lydia also prepared. So Lydia, would you like to take over?
Okay, so this activity is also on Padlet, so you can use it later. The point is to give one task to students and then to give them two different sources. So here the topic was love, and the first question was, that is the first statement was, meat is good for your health. So the students should study these two sources and write a list of equal numbers of pros and cons. And after that, there is a second statement, love is a chemical reaction. And then again, two different sources. One of them says about love, what changes chemically in our body when we fall in love, when we feel love. And another one is that talks about love as a spiritual experience. So they were supposed to write the same numbers of opinions, points of view, and then they should discuss it. They can discuss it in the classroom with their teachers. And there is, of course, always a little media literacy lesson at the end. So if the question is, why is it good to study different sources with different pieces of information? The answer would be something like, you don't get stuck with only one point of view, or you always have the opportunity to learn something new, etc. But you can also ask your students if they have any ideas why it is good. And the second activity is for younger learners. The point of this activity is to make them realize how different they are and how great it is to have different students in your class, different classmates. So they should write the names. It says here, it goes until the name of 4, but of course it can be more than that. And they should write what is whose favorite color, subject, food, etc. And the point is that afterwards, so when they have completed the table, you talk about who do you have most in common with, and who would you like to team in a math quiz? Maybe that's not a person that is usually favorable to that child, etc., etc. So in sports, in arts, who you want to play with. So there are different interests with different children. I can see a colleague raising her hand, Ivana Pintaric. Can you unmute her if she wants to ask something or comment? Or
Miss
should we just
Pinterich,
go on? Mhm.
just a moment. Davor, maybe you can unmute Miss Pinterich.
Okay,
I've given her the right so she can unmute herself, so she can say.
Miss Pinterich, if you want to say something, now is the time.
Maybe she clicked something by accident. We can go on
Okay.
if she can write a question if she wishes to. So. Okay, good, thanks. Mhm. Okay, and it is my turn, Ivana, now, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. So everything that Ivana said mostly refers to epistemic bubbles, which can actually be popped with new information and new points of view. But if you are not aware of them and you continue living in bubbles, then it can lead to something that is quite more dangerous for critical thinking, seeing the world with your eyes full open, and it is called echo chambers. Echo chambers are quite hard and more persistent than epistemic bubbles. This is what Nguyen says about echo chambers. He compares them with a cult because first you don't hear other views, you hear just your own in a bubble. And after some time, you don't trust other sources. So as you hear yourself in a bubble, you see and hear the voices that are quite similar to yours, you get an echo all the time saying how right you are and how clever you are and things like that. And in time, you start distrusting other sources. So when you distrust them, of course, you actively dismiss them. You don't believe anything that is that doesn't go on with your opinion very, very much. And what happens is some kind of emotional and intellectual isolation, which is typical in cult indoctrination. And actually, cult members, according to some psychiatrists, they do not believe anything that is out of their cult. So it is very difficult to extract them from a cult because they don't believe anything other people say, just what is echoed in their own bubbles, in their own chambers. So they prefer to be secure rather than discovering the truth. And they trust the members of their chamber very much, but they distrust other people. So the good thing to do is to start thinking for your own self and not trust others that much. And the thing with trust is, as a society, we depend on people who know how to do their job. So the society depends on teachers who know how to teach, on doctors who know how to treat us. We have to believe our hairdressers and we have to believe our mechanics when you go to them for help because they know it, etc. But these echo chambers, as well as the cult indoctrinations, they feed on our vulnerability. So we need to trust other people in order to function. And this is where echo chambers can grow stronger and stronger. And it is not really easy to go outside of them. So this is how they see people on the other side, people outside of the chambers. They think that they lack morality, that they are not intelligent enough, and they are insane, etc. And so actually, if you expose them to the information that is not like their own, it even reinforces their opinion because they believe that all other people outside of the chamber are, they do not have good intentions and they don't mean well. They have some hidden agenda. Here I have some examples from my social media. This here is a screenshot from my Instagram, Coach Mark Carroll. He obviously is a fitness coach and takes care of a healthy way of living, etc., etc. So this here is an example of some kind of critical thinking. So he was looking for the answer how to lose weight and what is good. Should people have breakfast in order to lose weight or not? And then he says, then within 30 seconds, Instagram offered two different opinions. One said that breakfast is the most important one, and the other one is totally opposite and says that you should skip it. The second example, it is in Croatian, so you all understand that. This is the example of a person who is actually a highly educated person, and this kind of her being in an echo chamber started when we were all struggling with the pandemics. And she somehow thinks that she knows everything, and her members of her chamber know things better than scientists, because it takes a lot of time for scientists to say something and to have an attitude towards something. But this is how science works, right? Science is not social media. It cannot shoot opinions and information immediately. It takes some time to explore, to write, to gather the long chain of knowledge, etc., etc. And this is just a nice quote, but it actually talks a lot about this topic. It says, it is by Heinlein, and it says, I never learned from a man who agreed with me. So if you want to learn new things, then open your mind to something that is different, something that is not your point of view. And now, Descartes had a theory about how to escape the echo chambers. So, of course, this term was not popular when he lived, but he knew that there was something like that in real life. And he said that you should do a total social reboot. So it means that you should forget everything you know and pretend that there was a demon, that is what he said, there is a demon who just wanted to give you all false information. And then you built one information on top of the other. And this is how you build your own chain of knowledge, your own chain of information. And if you become aware that it was all false, it was all a lie, then you have to forget all of that and start again from scratch. I would say that this is quite an extreme way of escaping an echo chamber, but there are some lighter, milder ways, but none of them is easy. And I would like to start telling you a story about a young man whose name was Derek Black. Derek Black was homeschooled in a family of neo-Nazis. And his father was an activist, and he became an activist at a very early age. They had their show on radio where they talked about their ideas and shared them. And then Derek went to the university in Florida, where he met people who are not like-minded. So he also met, in particular, Jewish people, and there was a boy called Matthew Stevenson, who really wanted to come close to him. And now, what do you think happened in time with a boy who was raised as neo-Nazi and a Jewish boy who wanted to befriend him? I would like you to go to Mentimeter again. Just a second. I think the easiest way is just to write the code. Okay, can we see the code here? No. Okay, then good. The code is 48187523. I can write it in the chat again, or you can just scan this QR and answer the question. Mhm. Oh, my dear teachers of English, I love you so much. Yeah. I've seen enough, and I really like the way it's going. Very good. So what happens, what really happened was none of the first two things. It was Matthew who was a warm soul enough to soften him. So Derek started realizing that not all people who are natives and white and everything else are great and everybody else is not good. But he realized that Jews can also be very good people who do not give up on other people. So this is what Derek said. He said, I just wish to read it aloud. It is completely unfair and remarkable to me that those who were discriminated against, their response was to reach out and invite me to dinner. Okay, so Matthew invited Derek to dinner, and then Derek kept coming to dinner. And with time, actually, Derek became the activist in a totally opposite direction. So this is the two of them. And this is the story that I think is very inspirational for us teachers, because it shows that the warm heart and good intentions can really change so many things, and they can help a person get out of the extended chamber and that dark world. So I will just check. Right. Good. Okay, so how to escape? Social reboot is what happened to Derek Black, and he restarted his knowledge gathering process. So he had to learn how to see people in a different way, and he trusted some news sources, etc., and he restored trust in people who are outside of his chamber, outside of his closed society. And when we are talking about trustworthiness, it doesn't mean that we can trust just anyone, but we should learn how to trust people who are well-intended, who had goodwill and good intentions. So there is a difference if we read an article by an advertiser or if we read an article by an independent journalist, for example. Okay, so we can draw some similarities here. Another thing that is on the other side, as I said, is goodwill and good intentions, vigilance. So it means that we don't have to be mean to people who mean the opposite of what we mean or what we think. We sometimes have to be humble enough to admit that maybe we are not right. Maybe we are in our own bubble or in our own chamber, and think it through. And charity to those who are different, who might not like us or our opinions, just like Stevenson showed charity to Derek Black in spite of everything. And this is the Reddit, this is the social media. So I think that most of us have some social media, and we love sharing, we love getting ideas, showing something, I don't know, commenting things. I think that Reddit is quite a good social media, because you are quite free from that digitally perpetuated influence of and being wrapped in a bubble. So Reddit has subreddits, so you don't follow people or groups, but you enter a certain subreddit, you follow subreddits, which are actually topics. For example, you can type ELT. It doesn't have many members, but let's say that subreddit teacher has more members. And then you see everything that is published there. And you can search by what is here. So if you click here, you search what is hot, or you search what is new, and then it lists all the new feeds, top feeds, so it means those with most interactions, some controversial feeds, and rising, meaning that they are popular at the moment. So you don't close yourself in bubbles if you do this, at least not digitally. But you get to choose what you do, of course. And here is an activity that Ivana created, which is very, very good for helping children see things from various perspectives. Okay, so what would these people around the statement say about that? So, for example, Sarah is wearing a cute crop top. What would her teachers say? What would her granny say? Probably something regarding health. Her bestie, her brother, etc. It's a great activity that you can do in writing, or it can be speaking activity. You can introduce some concrete language in it in English. And there are more situations, like Martha plays violin for 2 hours every afternoon. And now what would these people say to that? It can be a dialogue or just comment. You can make a simulation of a social media so that they can write their comments on it, under it. Will rides a motorcycle. He is 50 years old. Brenda sings in a choir. She's 75 and not very musical. This will be quite interesting, I believe, for them. Erin is keeping the monkey text. So what do various people have to say about that? And this here is another activity. There is a story here. Something happened, a fight happened at school. 2 children are involved and a teacher came. And then children can make dialogues in groups of 3. Each person takes 1 role. And then you have the story of a boy. He explains it honestly, why that happened and what is in the background. You have Sarah's story. She has some trouble at the moment. Nobody understands. She's going a tough time. And teachers always being under pressure by the principal, parents, other children. So all these activities you can adjust to your needs. They can take as long as you wish. You can even make rubrics and you can assess them either formatively or summatively if you give them some time to prepare. So it's all up to you. And all these are very good activities in which they can see things from different perspectives. And I hope they can have fun with it. So how to develop our skills? A very good question is it knowledge or just opinion? So we have to make a distinction between the two, and we can also help our children. So whenever we do a text and see how much they understood of it, part of our comprehension check can be to find the statements that are knowledge, so the facts, and those that are somebody's opinion. So are we familiar with different ideology? What do they base them on, and what do I really know about it? So these are all topics that can be very well done with children in debates or when they are searching something for presentation, some writing assignment, whatever. And as Ivana mentioned earlier, are you willing to pay for online news and support independent journalism? This is a very good question we should all ask ourselves. So it's we have to think about how much does it worth to us? Online news and independent journalism and just reading news, and we know that it can be loaded with things that are not only facts and knowledge. Do we check information before we pass them on, and how can we apply it in our classrooms? And just to conclude, so we needed these things that you can read here before, but now we need it even more. I would say double or even more than double, because we need it in real life and we need it online also, in the digital world. Critical thinking, tolerance. We need trust when we know that somebody or something has credibility and goodwill, not trust just anything and anyone. Open-mindedness, human worth, warmth, cognitive diligence, and literacy. And when I say literacy, I mean understanding what is read, what is written, what is listened to, and what is observed. Okay, and the final thought, don't forget, what Abraham Lincoln said, if it's not on the internet, then it must be true and you can't question it. Okay. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, please.
Yes. It's Q&A time. Okay, dear colleagues, we're ready to take your questions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ivana. Thank you very much, Lydia. That was amazing. So useful. Very interesting and useful. I totally agree with this. If there are any more questions, this is the time. We will take them gladly. Wonderful presentation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Wonderful. Deep and refreshing. Yes, great. As always, thank you, ladies. Thank you for sharing and thank you for your amazing presentations. Very interesting and useful. Great ideas for our lessons. Excellent presentation. Thank you.
If I may add, I believe that there was a research by Reuters about, the media coverage and how much people trust news, etc., in the world generally. And then there was some interesting numbers. For example, in Finland, I think around 60% people, more than 60% people trust the news. Whereas in Croatia, it's around 30 something, which means that we are well aware, actually, that we cannot really trust our media. Now, how come that Finland can and we cannot? That would be an interesting topic to research and to see what this is all about. My assumption is that they have a well-developed, actually, journalism, well-developed journalistic, actually, ethics, and that they really try and educate people about it. Not just common people who are not journalists, but also that journalists are educated and that they have to follow certain ethics in presenting the news. This phenomenon of people not trusting the news is like global. It's not just the Croatian question, but there are countries where actually people can trust the news more than we can. And that's also interesting to see and to think about it. When you compare Finland as the mecca of education, where everybody goes to see, how great education functions, and when you see this public image of newspapers, it's the same country. So maybe there are something where maybe there is something to it,
Absolutely.
More educated.
Yes, absolutely. Just 2 days ago, I went to a presentation about Finland and the school system in Finland by our colleague Deni Kirincic. And if he is still online, if he is still here, he can unmute himself. And if he has something to add to this, because he has spent really a lot of time in Finland. He's even had the experience of teaching there as part of job shadowing and some other visits that he had done over 10 years. And he was actually saying the same thing. It's just the general level of ethics in every aspect of life. And so it is in the media that is present in Finland. So Deni Kirincic, if you're here, you can join this.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Deni.
Yeah, I'm here.
You can turn on your video if you want to, but Deni, do you have anything else to add to us, to what Ms. Marinic said?
Well, basically, I completely agree with what she said. It's all about the discipline of the country. I think it's it's nice that we teach our students to know the difference between like different tenses, but it's also about like teaching them to be good citizens. And I think that this is what they're doing, and they're really successful at in Finland. So it's all about like building this culture of trust and discipline. And yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with what she said.
Yes. Yes, Miss, thank you, Danny. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Miss Kopric said it's a very different social environment and the values are different as well. Well, that's what Danny was talking about the other day in his presentation.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else has anything else to add?
There is a question in the question and answer section. Shouldn't we work and focus on working on the ethics more than? Well, I think we definitely should, because in English education is just one word, but in Croatian it's still odgoj I obrazovanje, and somehow, we tend to forget the first part of it, and that's the ethics is also part of actually education in all subjects, so to say.
Yes. Yes. Thank you both for the most interesting presentation. Thank you, dear Tatiana. Thank you, Ms. Smolchitz. Thank you, everyone. Even before we move to our next session, Vicky O'Rourke from Ireland will be waiting for us in the next room. I just want to say that in case you're interested into hearing and into connecting to Danny Kirincic, who has a great presentation about his extended times in Finland and about the school system and everything, you can contact him. Davor is smiling. And exactly, I had this idea the other day to connect Davor Cherny and Danny Kirincic. Now you two guys are here. And so you can, discuss for the next national PD to just have that presentation, because it's amazing. We had an amazing 1 hour and a half at Filozofski Fakultet here in Rijeka just 2 days ago, and it was just a fantastic time and really, really worth seeing and listening. Okay, now thank you, my dear ladies. Thank you, Lydia. Thank you, Ivana. Thank you everyone. Thank you. It was a pleasure, really. And an honor. So let us all go to our last presentation today. Vicky O'Rourke will be talking about her mining media project. And then after Vicky, we will have the wrap up and the evaluation. We would appreciate if you would fill our evaluation form. It's always useful for all of us. Thank you for my YouTubers. Thank you, YouTubers, that you have stuck with us for all this time. And so see you in the next session. Bye-bye.
Hi, Vicky. Here we are. It's windy, windy, windy. Huh, it's windy, windy, windy. We're like Chicago.
Ask you to tell us something more about you, about your university, about where in Ireland you are at. Actually, it's not Dublin. We all know Dublin. So tell us more about yourself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Elena. I'm delighted to be here. And what I might do is I might start sharing my screen, if that's okay with you now. And I'll introduce myself as I get that up and running. Okay,
Sure.
so first of all, I'd like to say thanks very much for having me here today. I'm delighted to be here. My name is Vicky O'Rourke. I am a senior lecturer for research development at Atlantic Technological University. And who that is a university along the north and west coast of Ireland. So there are a number of different campuses running the whole way down the coast. So we are on the west side, and there are many beaches and lots of opportunity for surfing and all of those lovely things. And we have a number of campuses in the counties along the west coast, and I'm up at the very, very top in Donegal. So Donegal is on the northwest of Ireland, and I'm in a town called Letterkenny. And on our campus, we have possibly, I'd say, on any given day, with about 3,000 students on campus, but with about 5,000 students connected to our campus. And overall, across the Atlantic Technological University, we have about 20,000 students. And so we're a really big, vibrant university, and we've got lots of different research areas, and this is one of mine. This is my interest, media literacy. So that's a little bit about my college. I'll introduce myself in a moment. I'm here today to talk to you about a project that I've been working on for the last while, and it's called Minding Media. And I think really it's just to try and give you a little flavour of what the project is, and to explain a little bit about the rationale for developing it, and to share the outputs with you in the hope that they might be of use to some of you here. So first of all, I suppose, who am I? Well, my name is, as I said, Vicky O'Rourke. I am a senior lecturer in research development in the Faculty of Business at Atlantic Technological University in County Donegal in Ireland. I began that role about a year and a half ago, and prior to that, I was a lecturer in marketing for 15 years or more. Alongside that, I am a mother of two boys, and they are now aged 14 and 8, I almost forgot. And I am kept busy in my working life and my home life. One of my research interests is around the area of media literacy, and I have done some work in that area. I carried out my doctoral studies I graduated in 2018 in the area of teaching children media literacy. And there are some publications that I thought I would share with you if you're interested in learning how teaching media literacy in schools can help improve children's well-being, and how it can increase their advertising literacy and their critical media skills. There are some papers there that you're welcome to take a look at. Okay, so that's me. And I'm here today, I guess, thanks to Davor, who I met at a conference in Seville, I think it was, Davor, in November. And also to say thanks to Yelena, who made all of this happen today. So thanks to Davor and Yelena and all of the team there for having me here. I'm delighted to be here today.
Thank you, Vicky.
So I think the first thing to do is, and I'm sure you're very, very familiar as teachers as to who Generation Alpha are, but I think it's important to kind of spend a couple of minutes considering again who exactly this group of people that we're talking about are. So they're those that were born from 2010, and they have experienced the effects of COVID-19 pandemic as young children, and they are very, very tech savvy. They have access to children's entertainment through all kinds of digital technology, through social networks, through streaming devices. They consume media in a way that we didn't when we were growing up, and they're very, very tech savvy. Their interest in traditional media channels and television is falling, I guess, at the minute. They're influenced by chatbots. They're very familiar with social networks and video sharing platforms. And I think they're very open to using technology, not only outside of the classroom, but also within the classroom through all aspects of their life and their learning. I think it's important as well to say that they're not, Generation Alpha are not passive dupes. They are able to engage critically with material, and they are able to ask questions of the message sender. They're able to think for themselves, to decide if they're able to believe a message that has been shared. The challenge is that we've got to enable those skills. So that's a little bit about Generation Alpha. They're confident in using the internet on their own, while only 58% of them, of their parents, think the children are capable. There is something about that, though. I think children believe they're very, very capable, and they've got great belief in their skills, but the extent to whether they're able to apply those critical skills in different contexts is not always consistent. So that's why it's really important that we educate and we teach children critical media literacy skills in the digital environment. Okay, so those born from 2010, and I think it's up until about the year 2025, that cohort will be referred to as Generation Alpha. So why focus on Generation Alpha? Why are they important? Well, obviously they're our next generation of young people, but they, as I mentioned, they're exposed to a significant amount of communication online. And the challenge is that a lot of that communication sidesteps traditional editors, and algorithms curate information that they believe the viewer will want to see. So via algorithms, targeted advertising, influencer marketing, and gamification of marketing, content is made available to viewers, and not all of that content is good content. Some is, but some is also and can be harmful or can be inappropriate, especially to younger viewers and younger users. Okay, so I think there's been some, around well-being, around obesity, around people's dress, their fashion. There's so many different social issues, social elements that are communicated and reinforced in the online environment that we need to try and consider how we can provide counterbalance to all of these messages that are delivered, so that children are able to make an informed assessment of the messages they are being exposed to. So why is this age important? Well, as you know, probably much better than I do, Piaget would say there are a number of different developmental stages for children, and from the ages of 7 to 11 is the concrete operational stage, and the formal operational stage is from the age of 11 onwards. So really what all of that means is that children are able to think symbolically, they're able to recognize brands, but they're able to think beyond the brand, and they're able to understand and appreciate other people's points of view. So their persuasion knowledge develops a lot at this age. And that's important because this is the age usually where a child will now receive a mobile phone. So in order to ensure that children are equipped to be able to use the technology that's put into their hand, they need to acquire multiple media literacies. Digital well-being, digital citizenship, advertising literacy. There are a number of different literacies that children need to acquire. One of them, and one that I became interested in my previous role, was around the area of advertising literacy. And it really was, how children learn to assimilate marketing messages. Do they do it automatically? Is there any critical thinking that happens before they decide they want to buy something? Are they just passive dupes, assimilating information from message senders? So advertising literacy has become something that is of interest to researchers, particularly in the last decade. Okay, there's some interesting work by a couple of people. One of them is Michelle Nelson in the University of Illinois, and another is Lisa Hudders from the University of Ghent. And they've done some really interesting work around the area of advertising literacy. And I have carried out some work in that space too. And some of my research, my earlier research, was using a media literacy and an advertising literacy intervention in schools and measuring children's well-being pre and post the intervention delivery. And my study found that advertising literacy can positively impact children's well-being. And I think that's a very important finding. And it enables educators to link advertising literacy education to the well-being curriculum that is so very important and that is being taught currently in schools. Okay, so as we said, these are savvy, mobile first consumers. They are capable of making informed choices if they are enabled, okay? But it becomes more important to ensure that children are enabled to decode media messages, because there is a wealth of misinformation, disinformation, stealth marketing, and persuasive messages, not only sent by commercial senders, but sent by user-fronted and peer-fronted commercials. So there's lots of reasons why this topic is becoming more and more important. And I think that because the nature and form of media messages has become more sophisticated, more stealthy, it's difficult to always discern if somebody is providing a review themselves or if they're being paid to do it. It's difficult to understand when, I don't know if you're familiar with some of the unboxing programs that are available on YouTube, you know, how much of that is paid for by the producer of the product. The truth is an awful lot of it. Do children recognize that? So, we need to develop the requisite cognitive competences and defenses in children so they're able to critically appraise message content and make informed choices about what they view, what they want to purchase, what they believe. Okay, so I think that's the backdrop. And a lot of what I'm saying is coming to the fore in the literature and the publications that have been shared, particularly over the last 5 years. So in Europe, the European Framework for the Digital Competence of Educators calls for pedagogy that focuses on information and media literacy and the ability to compare and critically evaluate the credibility and reliability of information and its sources. So there's a demand there, and that demand is recognized, and this is a great step forward. However, it's not to say that it's an easy thing to achieve, because in schools across Europe, curriculum is very, very busy. Curriculum is crowded. There are many different subjects and topics that must be delivered on a daily basis. So delivery of critical media literacy education across Europe is not standardized. You know, at a school level, some schools deliver more or less than others. At an individual teacher level, some teachers deliver more or less than others. And the other thing to say is that, and I mentioned this at the start, I don't know about you, because maybe you're much younger than me, but I didn't grow up in this era of social media, video sharing platforms. So some of this technology is new to me. So as an educator, we are challenged to try and keep up to date with a lot of the new technologies that children can so easily consume and become expert of quite quickly. And that's another challenge, I think, when we're trying to teach media literacy in classes. So there is a demand from educators for media literacy support and for resources for teaching media literacy in classrooms. I think that quite rightly, stranger danger and internet safety has dominated media literacy education initiatives for the last number of years. I think that's a very, very important and necessary area that children must be, that curriculum must be about. But I think it needs to be widened more than that to include other elements or other types of media literacies, multiple media literacies, digital citizenship, digital well-being, advertising literacy. So with that in mind, there are a number of different initiatives, I suppose, happening across Europe, which is great to see. One of them is the European Framework, as I said to you, for the digital competence of educators. And that's I'm sure you might be familiar already with the booklet, but it's there if you're not familiar with it. That's the title of it, and it's certainly worth taking a look at. There are some funding calls that facilitate the creation of digital media literacy tools and other types of educational tools. One of them is the Erasmus Plus funding call. I'm sure some of you are familiar with the Erasmus Plus funding call. Maybe you are working on some projects right now, or maybe you submitted an application in the past number of weeks. It's always a very busy time of year, but the Erasmus Plus call is a fantastic resource, okay? So under the Programme for Education, Training, Youth and Sport, the objectives of it are to increase the quality and relevance of their educational activities, to develop and reinforce partners' networks, to increase capacity to operate jointly at a transnational level through the exchange or development of new practices and methods, as well as sharing ideas. So under this call, myself as an educator with a keen interest in this area and a number of other partners got together, and we decided to create the Minding Media project. So our partners, as you can see, there is the Atlantic Technological University in Donegal. EUEI is the European E-Learning Institute, and they're based in Denmark. Aishimon are based in the Netherlands, and METCA are based in Finland. NSSJ is based in Serbia, and then we've got a national school in Ireland as well, in Donegal, Ballyrane National School. So together, we decided to create Minding Media resources. Why did we do this? Because we wanted to respond to our common desire to increase the advertising literacy of children and to help change the conversation in wider society. We build on our individual experiences. So ATU, METCA, and SSJ have experiences in media literacy. And what's unique about what we do is we've combined those experiences and expertise with others who have expertise in digital pedagogy and gamification. Those companies are EUEI and Aishimon. And then, of course, we test everything through user testing in our school before we develop the results. So we've got a broad mix of partners, and that we're able to bring innovative media literacy educational tools to fruition, and they will be made available free of charge to schools. So these are the three objectives, I guess, the main objectives of our project. The first one is using gamification strategies to develop a digitized, interactive advertising and media literacy Minding Media video training library. And I'll explain what that is to you in a moment. Then the second thing, our objective, is using the virtual world of Minecraft to extend the development of advertising and media literacy concepts into the third space through problem-based learning via the creation of the Minding Media Minecraft world. Now, let me be honest, this was a new one for me. I am not an expert in Minecraft. However, my two sons were able to give me lots of advice during the user testing phase. The third output is to develop a Minding Media teaching toolkit, which provides teachers with a walkthrough of the resources to enable them to engender in children critical advertising and media literacy skills. So I'm really delighted to be here today to talk to you because one of our primary target groups are teachers. We'd like to increase awareness of these resources amongst teachers across Europe. What we would also like to do is we would like to obviously target children within this age group who are Generation Alpha. But beyond that, we'd like to help add to the conversation because media literacy is often taught to children by children because they're the expert in the social media platform that's being used. But parents, policymakers, teachers, and all other stakeholders have a duty to try and enable critical media literacy skills and develop those in children. So for children, what we hope to do is the resources we develop, we hope will increase children's ability to distinguish advertising content from regular media content. And as I said, that's sometimes difficult to do because some content is peer fronted. Sometimes it's stealthy in nature and it's hidden. To develop the ability to understand the underlying commercial content of messages, to learn how to identify fake news and disinformation, and to recognize the selling intent of messages. So that's the 4 objectives we have for children. For teachers then, very much in line with the demands from those European policy documents I referred to earlier, our tools hope to enhance the digital readiness and resilience and capacity of schools and teachers in this area of digital media literacy. Sometimes it's difficult for teachers to stay up to date with the new platforms that exist. So these resources will help teachers to stay up to date with some of the applications and stealth marketing techniques that are being used currently, and obviously to help the professional development of teachers through increasing their digital competences and media literacy skills. For our other target group, our objectives are to spur primary education stakeholders to reflect on the need to increase the level of critical advertising literacy among young people, and to attract interest at regional and national level in both member states and policy makers across Europe. Ultimately, what we're hoping to do is to cement a deeper understanding of effective ways to engage children and teach advertising literacy in a school setting. Okay, so that's what we're hoping to do with our tools. So now I'm going to introduce you to our 3 outputs. So as I said, a video training library, a Minecraft world, and a teaching toolkit. Okay, so the first one is our video training library. So the video training library consists of resources for 2 age groups of children. The first age group is those aged 8 to 10, and the second age group is those aged 10 to 12. So in total, there are 8 interactive training videos, 4 for children aged 8 to 10 and 4 for children aged 10 to 12. The videos build on each other. So if you, as an 8-year-old, take the earlier videos, you can then, when you're older, develop your skills and take the more complex and view the more complex videos when you reach the age of 10 or 11. So there's a spiral element to the development of the resources, and they build on each other. So the 4 modules, or the 4 areas that are covered, 1 per each video, is what is media, advertising literacy, fake news, and social media. So I'm going to show you a clip of one of the videos in a moment. Each video lasts approximately 10 minutes in duration. And through our user testing, we found that 10 minutes is complementary to children's attention spans, and we use music and images to promote engagement with the content. We provide written text and spoken word and background music. During user testing, we discovered that having child narrators really helped with children's engagement, and it improved the authenticity of the videos. And we've got a Minding Media monster. So we built this little guy in Minecraft, and he appears, you can see him here at the bottom of the screen, he appears throughout the resources, and he just adds a little bit of fun, and sometimes he kind of stops and thinks for a minute and he asks questions. Also in the videos, gamification strategies are employed through the use of quizzes. So there's multiple choice quizzes at the end, and if somebody successfully completes the videos and the quizzes, they can download a Minding Media badge. Okay, so now let me just make sure this is going to play for you, okay? And you just let me know if you can you hear that okay?
No,
we don't hear the sound.
Okay, so if you just give me a moment, I'll just try again, okay?
Yes.
You forgot to click the share sound, probably.
I think you're right. So if you just give me a moment now. 1 second now. No, just if you could give me a thumbs up when it comes back on.
We can hear it.
Thank you.
The media is the name we give to many forms of communication that carries a message. This includes things like magazines, television, newspaper, radio, and websites. It also includes things like text messages, logos on clothes, cereal boxes, and apps on your device. We see it every day, all around us, even without realizing. Media can be used to help people by educating them or by influencing their behavior for some other reason.
Okay, so that's a flavor of one of the videos. So there are 4 videos. What is media? Advertising literacy, fake news, and social media, specifically designed for children ages 8 to 10. There are 4 more videos about the same topics, specifically designed for children aged 10 to 12. And at the end of the videos, in the website, there is a quiz that children can take, and the quiz can be taken as a group. So the teacher can put it up on the screen, and you can have a competition to see who answers fastest. Or if the children are viewing the materials on an iPad themselves, they can take the test individually. Both options have worked well during user testing, we have found. And the other thing to say is that the Minding Media Video Training Library is free, and it can be accessed by children, by teachers, by parents, and other stakeholders. So obviously it can be accessed during class time or outside of the classroom time, including at home. Okay, so that's resource 1. Resource 2 then is the Minecraft world. And this is quite innovative in itself. This is a Minecraft world where educational challenges are dedicated to media and advertising literacy. Now, what we did was we built on the concepts that we developed through the creation of the video training library, and we created 4 Minecraft worlds. So you'll see the same themes running through. What is media, advertising literacy, fake news, and social media. This is quite a unique resource, and the Minding Media Minecraft world, along with all of the resources and a lesson plan, will be made part of the Microsoft educational lessons. So they will be placed and they will be made available via the Microsoft education lessons when we have finished our user testing. For teachers, and I certainly can say this with authenticity, I'm not an expert in Minecraft. So what we've done is we have asked the experts, and they have developed, HMON particularly have been excellent at leading out in this part of the project, as has NSSJ, in developing a Minding Media handbook for educators. So that handbook introduces what Minecraft education is, how to log in, how to navigate the world, and a cheat sheet for educators, so that if we're in a classroom setting and we don't know what to do, there is guidance there. And our user testing so far has told us that that's a very useful addition to the Minecraft Minding Media world. So alongside that, there will also be a troubleshooting guide available. So all of the resources that you need to fix technical issues will be there in the troubleshooting guide, and all of the resources you need to learn how to use Minecraft, if you're not already familiar, will be there as well. So that's the Minding Media Minecraft world. And I'm just going to show you a brief clip from advertising literacy. Now, this was in the development stage, and it's in the process of being reviewed at the moment. So we don't have the same sound behind it just yet. So you've got to talk to the worker. Okay. And he says, this place is so busy, there's lots of people and lots of shops. He's asking for help. He needs to find 5 places where he can place advertising in the bus terminal. So this builds on one of the challenges that was set during the video training library. So you can obviously place an advertisement in the ticketing place, in the vending machine, etc. So for each of the worlds, there are a number of different challenges, and also you can place posters, etc., in all the different places. So there are a number of different quests and challenges, and usually at the end of each of the worlds, there's some kind of a quiz as well that the children will have to complete. So the Minecraft world comprises of quests, challenges, and treasure hunts. Typically, they're the tasks that are asked of the children. So just also to say as well, obviously the Minecraft world is free to use, is available for use within the classroom, and we have user tested in classrooms on children's tablets and iPads, and it's also available to be used outside of the home. And the purpose of this is to try and extend learning about media literacy concepts into the third space, so that it's not just something that you learn in school, or it's not just something that happens outside of school. That media literacy bridges both of those worlds, and the applications of those skills happens everywhere, all of the time. So we were mindful in deciding to try and create some kind of a resource that not only sits within the classroom, but also sits very comfortably outside of the classroom and extends into that third space for learning. And then the final resource I want to talk to you about today is the teaching toolkit. Okay. So the teaching toolkit is in development currently. And it is a handbook detailing the concepts, the key concepts of media and advertising literacy. And what, alongside the video training library and the Minecraft world, the toolkit has been developed to achieve the following objectives: to provide step-by-step media literacy lesson plans for teachers, to create ready-to-use digital media literacy teaching materials, through gamification to provide engaging media literacy educational content for learners, and to develop pedagogy that enhances children's understanding of key media literacy concepts. So the teaching toolkit is a handbook that details the 4 key concepts related to the topics that I mentioned earlier. So there'll be an information page on what is media, what is advertising literacy, what is fake news, what is social media. The handbook will also contain an overview of the video training library, what's in each video, how long it takes, what is the quiz at the end of it, and then obviously the Minecraft world, what are the 4 worlds, and then it will contain 8 step-by-step lesson plans for teachers. 4 lesson plans are for children aged 8 to 10, and 4 lesson plans are for children aged 10 to 12. And the lesson plans will contain a series of obviously there'll be learning outcomes, there will be content, discussion points, I have it here now, and there will be the teaching objectives, duration of the lesson, how it links to other subjects. There'll be a teaching note for teachers, some activities, some talking points, and some worksheets at the end. So I'm really enjoying this part of it. We're developing this at the moment, and it's great to see the teaching toolkit come together. So I think the next thing to share with you is some of the process that we go about when we're developing these resources. And these resources are very much going through an iterative development process. We take a lot of time to engage with users. We engage with users across the partner countries. So, for example, Serbia, Finland, we're looking at Ireland, we're looking at the Netherlands. So what we're doing is we're engaging with teachers in each of these areas, asking them to test the resources with children in classes, and then using that feedback to develop the final resource. So result 1, user testing has been completed, and we learned about the importance of voice. And we learned about the importance of authentic voice in the videos. So we made sure to go back to rework the videos so that they were appealing and that the text moved at the right time, so that somebody who maybe was finding it difficult to read had time to read it. For somebody who learned better through audio, was able to listen to the words being shared in a child's voice. Result 2 then, user testing, is, well, we've just completed it and we're in the process of debugging. So for those of you who know Minecraft, you might understand it a little more, but things such as being able to fall down a well and not get back up have been fixed. And these were issues that children were able to discover for us that I would never have been able to discover. So it was really, really rich and useful to engage in user testing with children. But I think also very importantly, we user tested and got a lot of feedback from teachers so that we were able to really streamline the process for use by teachers in class. And what we learned during that user testing phase was that we needed to have a cheat sheet for teachers, and we needed to have a troubleshooting guide for teachers so that it was easy, straightforward for educators to use this resource in class. So I'm looking forward to testing our teaching toolkit. We hope to test it in May and early June. And it'll be very interesting to see what feedback comes from that. Things will be considered. Things that we will be very interested in is how long it takes, how long each lesson takes, the level of engagement that children have in class, and teachers' feedback on the lesson plans, I think will be really, really important before we develop the final kit. Okay, so after the testing of the lesson plans in live classrooms with teachers, we will make the final changes, and then we will have our resources ready to share with the wider community. And one of the key things we'd like to do towards the end of our Minding Media project is to promote the results. And that's why I am so grateful to Davor and Jelena for having me here today, because it enables me to share a little bit of this information with you now. So we will have a learning, teaching, training activity, and that will be at Atlantic Technological University, and that will happen in September, where we will have teachers from Ireland, Finland, Serbia, and the Netherlands. And we will spend days talking about media literacy, about all of the different types of media literacy and the fact that they are now merging. We will spend some time talking about the toolkit, and we will spend some time talking about the other results. And we will talk to teachers to discover how they share practice within classrooms. So we're very much looking forward to that event in September. And then we will also have some showcases or some half-day events. And these will be primarily face-to-face, but they may be online as well. And they will happen in Ireland, in Serbia, and in Finland. So we will invite primary schools, youth education organizations, not-for-profit organizations, publicly funded national, regional, and international bodies. And we will also invite, obviously, the organizations to take part and anybody else who has an interest in developing media literacy for children. And we will use these events to showcase our results and to disseminate the results with a wider audience. Okay, so if you're looking for advice, or if you're looking for more information about our project and about the results, you will see that keep an eye on social media in the coming, I'm going to say maybe from about September onwards, because we will be launching with great activity, hopefully, around that time. And we will also post the results on the eTwinning gateway. That's an Erasmus Plus Education Forum gateway. So we're looking forward to that. I suppose just to kind of to start to wrap up, there's a couple of things that are probably important to say, and that is what do we want to achieve out of this project? Well, what we want to do, our aim is, firstly, we want to disseminate our Minding Media materials to teachers, and we want to develop teachers' resources that are easy to use, that are useful and relevant, and that help improve not only teachers' understanding of media and advertising literacy, but children's critical media literacy skills. Because I think there is lots and lots of good work happening around media literacy, around advertising literacy, around digital literacy, and all of those little pieces of work that are happening throughout lots of projects and in lots of classrooms. If we all can come together little by little, I think we'll have to change that wider conversation about how media literacy needs to be included in curriculum more regularly. Because ultimately what we'd like to do is make a contribution to the ability to teach critical media literacy in schools. And I think just one thing I wanted to share with you is firstly my contact details. I'd love to hear from you if there's anything that you would like to ask of me, if there's anything you'd like to follow up with, please do. Our project manager is a lady called Juanita Blue, and I must mention her as well because she does great work behind the scenes with our project. Our website, and here is a look, a preview of our website. It's there if you go and look, but we haven't uploaded all of our resources yet. It's mindingmedia.eu. And I suppose, look, just to wrap up, we can all see that the consumption of digital media has increased significantly over a short number of years, and never more so as it has as a result of the pandemic. But also the risk that's posed by fake news has increased, by disinformation, by anti-democratic ideals. All of those risks have increased. And I think it's important to say that all citizens are affected, not just children. However, children are a vulnerable group. Their cognitive defenses are still developing, and they're vulnerable to both unfiltered media coverage and messaging from companies that now can bypass adult supervision and communicate directly with young consumers. I think typically an editor or a parent acted as a gatekeeper when there was a shared television in the room, but that's not the case anymore. Children consume media individually on their own devices. So that's why the EU's action plan for disinformation calls on educators to raise awareness of disinformation in children and to improve their resilience from an early age. And the aim of our project is to increase the availability of interactive media literacy resources designed for primary school education. Also enhancing the ability of teachers to integrate media literacy into curriculum. Ultimately, what we're hoping to do is to increase the media literacy skills of children aged 8 to 12, developing their resilience to fake news, to misinformation, and to persuasive commercial content. And this can be achieved by encouraging children to critically assess message content and to make informed assessments of media messages. I asked one of my sons last night as I was preparing for this, what are the social media channels he uses at the moment? And he said the ones that I was familiar with: Snapchat, TikTok, YouTube. And then he told me about Be Real and Visco. And it just serves to demonstrate that that world is changing all of the time. It's really challenging for us as educators to remain up to speed. I don't think it's possible to say we'll always be up to speed, because it's always innovating and we're always trying to keep up. But if we're able to always ask the fundamental questions of, where is the message coming from? Is there selling intent? Is there persuasive intent? If we're able to ask those questions of all the messages, irrespective of the platform, I think we'll be doing something good for society. And I think never has it been more important that we address this issue. I heard something recently that really struck me, and that is that children, the use of Facebook, I think, is declining amongst Generation Alpha, but they search for news through their favorite social media platforms and video sharing platforms. So, Google isn't the curator of news anymore, it's the platform. That's their curator of news. And that algorithms, of course, within those platforms deliver content that a viewer thinks, that they think the viewer will want to watch. So never has it been more important to develop critical media literacy competencies in children. And I hope that these resources are one way of helping to do so. So that's me. Thanks very much.
Oh, thank you, Vicky. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is so useful, so helpful. And now it's time for the Q&A. Okay, let me go to chat. I think we have a question in the Q&A.
Yeah, I can read it if you want to.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Do the teacher toolkit, student, Minecraft, and so on? So the parts of your project, do they include the elaboration of ethics of the entire project? So do you elaborate on the ethics in the project?
The ethical
question.
The ethical questions related to?
I guess probably the whole project, or how do you define? Maybe to rephrase the question, how did you define the ethical questions or the ethics of the project?
Okay, so what we've done is we have we focused on 4 discrete areas within this project, and they were very much informed through academic research. So a lot of it was informed through studies that have been carried out, pilot randomized controlled trials that were able to identify that teaching children advertising literacy can improve outcomes, educational related outcomes. And we thought that was very, very important. But then we considered the context in which children really apply these skills. So that's what informed. So academic research informed the design of the project. In terms of ethics, we didn't we stuck to these 4 modules. We didn't broaden it more than that. That's not to say that there isn't room to develop more modules and more content. And maybe that's another project for another day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky. There's a comment in the chat saying, I'm really looking forward to all the resources. Sounds like a great project. Thank you.
And, thank you very much, all of you. I sense this is the end of your day, or almost the end of your day. And I know it's difficult when you're listening online, and after a long day, everybody's tired. And I hope that you found the talk useful. I'd be delighted if you would get in touch at some point. If you have any queries, if you'd like me to share materials, I certainly will. I love being able to talk about the project and being able to talk about media literacy, particularly to a group such as you guys, because the educators are the people who are, tasked with trying to develop these skills a lot of the time. So it's really lovely to have the opportunity to speak to this group of people. And I hope your day has gone very well for you.
Thank you. Of course, we're very grateful to have you today with us, and it's very insightful, really, and useful. And let me check if there are any other questions in the chat. Okay, absolutely brilliant. Thank you. It was great. Thank you. It was very useful, very interesting. Ms. Bokovšek says, we can't keep up that fast, but we should be aware of the fast changes. So we need to listen to our students. We teach new generations and we need to adjust to them.
I agree. And I think that's a very challenging thing to do. I think as educators, we're expected to know automatically what is changing in the outside world, whereas children are those that are expert in a lot of these new communication technologies. That they, my children are the people who keep me in the know a lot of the time. So I think that it's a very difficult task for educators, and there isn't a lot of time either for professional development and upskilling in this area, because there are so many other equally important areas that require upskilling and professional development that it's very, very hard to make enough time. So that it's very hard to make enough time so that educators can keep up to date, or try to keep up to date with what children are learning. Some of my research was around barriers to teaching media literacy in class, and one person explained to me that in the middle of ukulele practice and soccer and maths and everything else, they were trying to fit in some media literacy lessons. And they said to me, what they really wanted was ready to go lessons, that they could just take them out of the drawer, and that there was step by step already done for them, that would help reduce a barrier to teaching media literacy in class. Another told me that they don't feel comfortable teaching media literacy because they don't feel as if they are expert themselves in the area. And that's a challenge.
It is.
That is absolutely. It is, but I think it's okay to recognize that and to say, yeah, we're not going to be experts, because I don't think we can be expected to be expert of everything. But the skills that media literacy skills that we're talking about developing are very much transferable skills. It's that criticality, I guess, is what we're trying to teach. We're just teaching it in a different context, which is the world of fake news and social media.
Yes, absolutely. So Ms. Ostrich says, my school has been granted an Erasmus Plus project as well, and the topic is media and information literacy, but we're working with 6 high schools. Some our age group, but our age group is different. But all of these lectures today are of great help and insight to me. Excellent talk, such an important issue. Thank you. Interesting and useful. Ms. Popovic says, I'm looking forward to critically study and rethink the resources of the project presented, hoping it does protect young students and not turn them into too often used term consumers.
Absolutely, absolutely, because this is the thing, you know, there are some studies there that would suggest that children's levels of materialism are rising because we are in a commercial world and we operate in a commercial world, and yes, there are some studies that link materialism to well-being and to a decrease in well-being. So I think it further highlights the importance of critical media literacy skills so that, you know, okay, maybe we'll all be consumers, but at least we can be savvy consumers, and yes, we can understand the proposition and make an informed choice as to what we want, not to be tricked. And I think that's the difference, isn't it? You know, it's whether we're aware of the message that's been sent and how it's been sent to us. And then that pause where you just stop and think, do I believe this? Rather yes, than automatically becoming desensitized and just automatically accepting the information that's been shared. So yeah, there's lots of work to be done in this area, but lots of good work happening. And for the person who is working on the Erasmus Plus project, I wish you the very best of luck. I have to say, I've really enjoyed working on this Erasmus Plus project. And if you need anything at any stage, please send me an email and I'll do my best to help you.
Okay, Ms. Ostojic, I hope, yes, Ms. Ostojic, we hope you will have a great time at this project that you are about to take over and take on. Thank you for the interesting lecture, such an important topic. Thank you for sharing the knowledge that you have. Excellent. Okay. Vicky, once again, it was a pleasure and an honor to have you. Thank you for taking the time to join us today and share such an important thing that you have tackled along with other colleagues from other countries as well. And we'll stay in touch, and we wish you, are you going to have some holidays right now, Easter holidays?
Yes, we have some Easter holidays this afternoon. I guess like you, I finish for Easter holidays and I'm going to Dublin for the weekend. I'm going to stay with some family in Roscommon and the Midlands, and then I'm going over to the East Coast to Dublin. So I'm very much looking forward to the break.
Well, wonderful. We're happy to hear that. Great Dublin for us. We all yes, love Ireland. We adore Ireland and Dublin. And we wish you a really nice and relaxing time during your holidays, and hope to hear from you soon again on some other PDs, and especially when the project is over with the results and everything.
You too. Thank you very much for having me. It's been a pleasure to be here today, and I wish you the best of luck for the rest of your evening, and happy holidays to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye, Vicky.
Bye.
Evo, dragi naši kolege, hvala vam svima što ste danas odvojili vaše vrijeme i pridružili se našem prvom državnom stručnom skupu u ovoj godini. Hvala kolegama koji su bili spojeni na YouTube. Pratila sam vas tamo i bit će sve u redu i sa potvrdama i sa svime.
Hoćemo se, prosti Jelena, hoćemo se tu pozdraviti ili ćemo se prebacivati?
Ne, sad sam upravo htjela dati tebi riječ da ti sada, evo za kraj, kolege uputiš kamo sada iz ovog, znači iz ove sobe, opet se prebacujemo u zadnju sobu. Zamolila bih sve ljubazno da ispune evaluaciju i da se prebacimo sada u tu zadnju, into the last session.
Može, onda evo, završit ćemo ovu session i prebacit ćemo se u sljedeći. Samo na brzinu, evo još malo tehnološke igre. Evo, ja vas pozdravljam iz ove sessioni, vidimo se za sekundu u drugom sessionu.
U zadnjem.
Tako
U
je.
zadnjem. Evo nas ovdje. Čekamo da se svi kolege sada ponovo spoje. Ovo je znači današnja zadnja soba.
Evo još se spajaju.
Evo samo da Petricu mutamo. Dobro.
Evo
ja se...
Dok čekamo da se svi spoje, ja ću još jednom zahvaliti svim, ali baš svim današnjim predavačima, profesorici Eleni Kiza sa sveučilišta na Cipru, kolegicama Lidiji Šaravanji i kolegici Ivani Marinić, kolegici profesorici Viki O'Rourke sa fakulteta u Irskoj. Hvala svim predavačima, hvala mojim kolegama savjetnicima za njihovu pomoć, osobito kolegi Černiju za izniman trud i rad u tehničkoj podršci, ne samo danas nego i u pripremi cijelog ovog novog formata Zooma. Hvala vam za vaše strpljenje, ovo je novo i za svih nas. I evo, dajem riječ kolegi Černiju.
Hvala Jelena, hvala svima na ovoj sudjelovanju, hvala svima na razumijevanju. Evo, prvi put na ovoj upgradenoj Zoom platformi. Mislim da smo i mi kao organizatori puno naučili. Danas po završetku skupa će vam na onaj mail na koji vam nije stigla jednom dijelu vas poveznica za registraciju, će vam doći i mail sa poveznicom na evaluaciju, ali evaluaciju ćemo staviti ovdje u chat, tako da možete i kroz chat pristupiti evaluaciji, ali ako danas ne uspijete ispuniti evaluaciju ili vam promakne, na mail će vam doći će vam mail sa zahvalom za sudjelovanje u kojem će biti još jednom poveznica na evaluaciju, pa ćete moći ispuniti kasnije ako ne stignete sada. Evo, mislim da je jedan komentar kolegice Ivane Bakavšek, kao odlična platforma, izgleda komplicirana, ali mislim da pruža puno mogućnosti i nadam se da ćemo je uspjeti u narednom periodu što kvalitetnije iskoristiti i evo nekako prenesti naše iskustvo i drugim kolegama u drugim predmetnim područjima. Evo, hvala Jelena tebi na ideji i na organizaciji s tvoje strane i hvala kolegama Filipu i Izabeli koji su pratili chat i ništa, to je to od mene.
Još samo da kažem, ja sam sada u chat stavila evaluaciju. Možete, ako imate vremena, bilo bi dobro da možda odmah je ispunite, ovdje je u chatu. Htjela bih naravno samo reći, netko je pitao da li možemo staviti ovdje sve prezentacije od danas. Napravit ćemo opet onako
SharePoint gdje će moći preuzeti sve kad složimo sve prezentacije, onda ćemo svima poslati poveznicu da mogu preuzeti. Tijekom sljedećeg tjedna će doći mail na OneDrive gdje ćete moći preuzeti sve prezentacije.
Da, samo trenutak da vidimo naši youtuberi što su nam ovdje rekli. Ja sam ih pratila cijelo vrijeme. Samo trenutak. Dobro, sad sam ih pogubila, ali u svakom slučaju pratila sam cijelo vrijeme svih vas koji ste bili na YouTube-u, bez brige, imam vaša imena, prezimena, dobit ćete potvrdu, no big deal about that. Žao nam je što se niste uspjeli odmah ili općenito uključiti u Zoom, ali evo zaista smo dali naše najbolje da svi budu tu. A posebno veliko hvala za strpljenje vama koji ste gledali sa YouTube-a. Poveznica na evaluaciju je ovdje u chatu i QR, kome je zgodnije jedno ili drugo. Još ću samo se nadovezati malo prije kada sam spomenula kolegu iz prve riječke hrvatske gimnazije Denija Kirinčića i njegovu prezentaciju o školskom sustavu u Finskoj. Deni, ako je Deni još tu, predlažem da stavi svoj email ako mu se voditelji županijskih stručnih vijeća žele javiti da održi prezentaciju na nekom od budućih županijskih stručnih skupova. Prezentacija je bila zaista hvale vrijedna, jako insightful and interesting. Znači, Deni, evo, stavi ovdje svoj email pa da ti se kolege mogu javiti. I evo, s tim bih završila. I Davor, imaš li ti još nešto?
Pa da, evo, samo sam htio napomenuti, sam lobby eventa će biti otvoren još nekih mjesec dana. Znači do 6.5. Tako da u pravilu ćete se moći sljedećih mjesec dana ćete u svakom trenutku moći spojiti na lobby i u biti pročitati ako vas nešto bude zanimalo, moći ćete se podsjetiti o čemu je bilo riječi, znači pogledati sve sessione, klikom na ovaj session zaključak evaluacije, tu je vidljiva i poveznica na evaluaciju odmah, tako da evo, i u pravilu u slučaju da se spojite možete i ima ljudi u lobiju, možete prokomentirati sljedećih mjesec dana i eto kao nekakva platforma za nastavak nekakve razmjene iskustvama možete iskoristiti ovaj lobby, evo i njegov chat.
Da, to je sada zaista jedan totalno novi format Zooma. Svi se moramo polako adaptirati na to, jer koliko god, kao što je kolega rekao, u Karlovcu početkom srpnja će biti drugi državni stručni skup, koliko god je lijepo biti uživo i svima nam je to najdraže, zaista uživo nema toga mjesta, barem koliko ja znam u Hrvatskoj, koje može primiti, ne znam, 700 ili 800 ljudi, tako da će i u buduće očito morati biti, a nema i toga, da. Istina, hvala Davore. Tako da će u buduće očito neki skupovi će očito morati dalje biti hibridni ili ovako potpuno online, ali evo, zato smo tu. Biće nam jako drago da ispunite evaluaciju, to nam je zaista jako bitno. Vaš feedback. Hvala vam na svim krasnim komentarima u chatu. Hvala vam zaista. Hvala svima koji su pisali ovih svih zadnjih, ne znam koliko, mjesec dana. Žao mi je da eto, jednostavno naš kapacitet je limitiran, ali evo, nadamo se da ste svi ipak uspjeli se danas pridružiti. I samo bih još jednom stvar skrenula pažnju, a to je da doista nekako uhvatimo tu naviku da ako vidimo da ne možemo pratiti nekakav stručni skup, da se zaista na vrijeme odjavimo. Danas je ipak bilo jedno 200 ili ne znam 300 mjesta, možda 200 sigurno, što znači naši kolege jednostavno zaborave se odjaviti, a to je iznimno važno i zato vas lijepo molim da za buduće stručne skupove bilo koje razine da se svakako na vrijeme odjavite i time napravite prostora za nekog drugog. Hvala svima na svemu, hvala kolegi Davoru još jednom, hvala kolegici Izabeli Potnar-Mijić u Osijeku i kolegi Filipu Caru u Zagrebu. Želim vam svima, dragi kolege, po cijeloj Hrvatskoj, sretan Uskrs, ugodne praznike, odmorite se i vidimo se na sljedećem državnom stručnom skupu u Karlovcu početkom srpnja. Lijepi pozdrav!
Pozdrav svima!
Hvala!
Stop.